And welcome to the November 13, 2013 meeting of the Edina Planning Commission. My name is Kevin Staunton. I'm the chair of the commission. Jackie, would you please call the roll?
Here.
Here. Here.
Here.
Commissioner Carr. Here. Commissioner Flattery.
Here.
Commissioner Forrest.
Here.
Chair Staunton.
Here, thank you. Next up on the agenda is the approval of the meeting agenda. Are there any additions or modifications to the meeting agenda for this evening from any planning commissioners or Carrie from staff? Seeing none, I'd take a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The meeting agenda is approved. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the consent agenda. The only item on the consent agenda is the minutes of the regular meeting of the Edina Planning Commission of October 23rd, 2013. Jackie, if I'm not mistaken, those were emailed to the commission members over the last day or two. Are there any modifications, suggested changes to the minutes from the October 23 meeting? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The consent agenda is approved. Next up is community comment. This is the portion of the agenda where we hear comments from members of the community on items that are not before us on this evening's agenda. We ask that you come to one of the side podiums and state your name and address and spend up to 3 minutes telling us about the issue that is on your mind. So if there is anyone here at this time who would like to come up and share something with us in community comment, this would be the time. Seeing no volunteers, I'd take a motion to close community comment. And a second?
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. All right, we've breezed through the first 5 items on the agenda. It's going to slow down a bit from here. We have a very full agenda. I will thank all of you in advance for your patience as we work through it. We will try to do so as efficiently as we can while still spending the time that each item deserves. So first up, item number 6 on the agenda is sketch plan. And this evening we have a presentation and discussion on the Pentagon Office Park. And I believe Mr. Tankinoff is here with his team. Carrie, are you going to introduce this, or how are we going to go forward?
Yeah, this is a little bit unique in that we don't have a specific development plan that we're considering, kind of an introduction before we get to the specifics. So I won't be making a staff presentation. I will just turn it over to the property owner, Scott Tankinoff, and I believe he's going to introduce his team and then make the presentation, and then we can go into discussion.
Well, Mr. Tankinoff, why don't you come on up and introduce yourself? While you're doing that, I will just, for members of the audience and the public who might be watching on TV, share that the sketch plan is a relatively recent adoption in the zoning code, and it is designed for the purpose of very early in the process, developers and the Planning Commission and the City Council sharing ideas about development or redevelopment of properties. And the idea behind it is to provide an opportunity for us to share before a developer has expended too much money and too much time to turn back or change course. And we have found it a pretty valuable way to share ideas and try to find a mutually satisfactory way to go forward on properties. So with that introduction, Mr. Tankinoff, take it away.
Good evening. My name is Scott Tankinoff. I'm the managing partner of Hillcrest Development located in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And I first want to say we're really excited to be here. We have owned Pentagon Park in portions since September of 2012, and it's been a little bit of a labor of love. It's a project that most people know of, had a very proud beginning, and it hasn't had a very proud last 20 to 25 years. It's had a lot of neglect, a lot of not very good management, not a lot of great ownership, And we've made a very concerted effort to try to reverse that, change that, and put the pieces of a meaningful redevelopment together. And with a project of its size, roughly 42 acres, 700,000 gross square feet of buildings in various states of disarray, that's taken some time. But we feel very comfortable and very confident that we are right on the edge of being able to move forward with some pretty exciting development plans. And that's what we want to share with you are some of the ideas that we have. There have been a couple of joint council and planning work sessions that many of you have been able to participate in and observe. And part of what we've been trying to do is we've been trying to take some input that we've gotten from a whole variety of different people from different places, and we're excited that this is really the first time that we're able to come before you and start that process with you as well. So thank you. Very much appreciate it. So I just want to go over a couple of points before I introduce our development team. And one thing I want to mention is that you will not find that we have an architect that has yet been retained for the project. We think that architecture is going to be extremely important for the buildings that will be built at Pentagon Park. We're not at that point yet. We're at the point of studying land use. We're at the point of really considering what makes good land use at Pentagon Park. What's going to turn the things that matter in good development? What's going to make that possible at Pentagon Park, at a project that has so much potential but has been so stifled for so long? And so that's where we've been very, very focused on where can we find some great, intelligent people that have good intuition on land use? How do we come up with the right disciplines, the right elements that basically turn this property into, instead of a kind of a secluded property that's bounded and almost gated in a sense, into something that starts to unlock, into something that starts to connect neighborhoods and candidly starts to connect maybe public and private uses. And we've been thinking a lot about Centennial Lakes. We've been thinking a lot about Normandale Lakes as two projects that have stood the test of time. They've went through the Great Recession very, very well. Their architecture is timeless. Their land uses are great. And what they have that I really appreciate is they have a wonderful private investment that's gone on, very high standards of private investment. They have a wonderful public quality to them as well. There's great public areas that also connect to private areas. And I think that's when you look at Pentagon Park, when you see what Bob Close and Tom Whitlock are going to show you in a few moments, you're going to see that something's very cut off, very secluded. And we think that that's not the way that good design, good land use, and good architecture should be today. We think that Pentagon Park was designed at a time a long time ago. It's time to bring it forward. So I'm excited because it's been a tough puzzle to get here. It's been a challenge to get here. There have been a lot of issues because of circumstances or poor ownership or bad management or bad decisions. We now are at a very unique point in time. The pieces are there. For the first time in 25 years, the pieces are there, and the time frame is such that we feel we can accomplish this and do something really special. So a few comments from me about that, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention them. So tonight, we will present some plans that are going to illustrate a few of the development opportunities for Pentagon Park. We've been discussing with city staff that we need to get approvals for Pentagon Park, and we need to get those approvals in place before March 31st of 2014. We have a variety of lease obligations that still exist that preclude us from really going further than that date. So we have a period of roughly 4.5 months to be dedicated to work on this process to be successful in it. And there has been quite a bit of work to date, but we're at a point where there's still quite a bit of time for input and for focus toward that. So we feel this is the right time to move forward on that. The concept plan you're going to see today was prepared to aid in the preliminary calculation of cost. So what will it cost to do this work? And also to take a look at what's eligible for potential tax increment reimbursement for certain infrastructure costs. So we've been talking about that with city staff in great detail as well as with city consultants. The infrastructure improvements in the plans are only going to make sense based on certain densities that are possible at the property. And one of the notes I wanted to mention was when the former owner of the property, Mr. Kaminsky, was before the Planning Commission and the City Council, he had a certain density to his project. And the total density is a density that we're looking to not exceed. We think that that density is appropriate. However, within his plan, he had a residential component that essentially allowed him to get a density bonus, which allowed him to get to a mass density that we can't get to unless we take a look at changing our zoning. So we are going to be considering, and we've been talking with Carrie and with staff about looking at doing a PUD process. And we have some thoughts about PUD. And candidly, I think to start with, this may be the ideal property to look at a PUD. It's going to be a very long development process, multiple phases, and it's a project that's going to require a number of public meetings. It's a project that will be back in front of this commission, the city council, talking with neighbors and a whole variety of people over time. It's not something that anything is going to be decided on before next March. We don't know what the exact architecture will necessarily be. But what we do know is that the land use, from our perspective, and we think from the city's perspective, is the most important thing to nail down right away. And we know that whatever we do will have to be market-driven, but also has to fit within the standards and the context of what Edina is looking for. So, and again, to talk a little bit about that density, the density of the Kaminsky project was roughly about 1,009,000 square feet, and that's the total density that we're looking for. But again, we believe this is a commercial project. There's a little bit of retail, there's probably a hotel component, but the majority of it is going to be office space. The current zoning is an MDD6 zoning, and that does allow for approximately 940,000 square feet of total property. There's 700,000 square feet that's currently at the properties today. In fact, it's a little over 700,000 square feet. So it's, again, I think as you start to look at the presentation, you'll start to see some of the logic behind that. And again, it's something that we think is worthy of your consideration. We think is quite logical.
Just to stop you for a second there, Mr. Tankinoff. I just want to make sure I got those numbers right. So you're saying we're in the neighborhood of 700,000 square feet existing?
Yes, of current product. It's probably a little bit closer to about 750 or 760.
And is that including the so-called tower site?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then you said under the MDD6 you would be eligible for up to 940,000 square feet?
It's approximately 940.
In that neighborhood, and that the previous plan that came through us and was proposed called for 1.9 million square feet?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. We do have some timing concerns that we have to work through. We did inherit a project that had a number of different leases to it, which some people would think of them as assets, but candidly, some of the leases were actually encumbrances, where there were leases in certain buildings. Maybe you had a lease for 2,000 square feet in a 50,000 square foot building, or you had leases that went out for a long period of time that would preclude you from being able to start a redevelopment. We have been able to go and actually reconcile all those leases, so we have this period of time that basically through the end of March of 2014, we have the ability to relocate those tenants. We lose the ability with multiple tenants after March 31st of 2014. It was the best that we could negotiate with them. I wish we could get more time. It's candidly the best we could do because some of the clients needed some certainty in their businesses. They didn't want to wait and have to relocate, but many of our clients have been willing to do it. But a couple were not able to. So
just to be clear, I mean, what I hear you communicating is that you want to try and get through this planning process between now and the end of March of 2014.
That's the goal. We do understand, having talked with staff, that there's multiple steps to the planning to a PUD. We realize that it really goes through two cycles. I don't think we're looking to get through both cycles. That may not be physically possible in timeline. It certainly may be possible to get through the initial one and get a feeling of where we're at. I think with the other things we're working on, that's really what we're looking for. If we're able to work, if we're working on the same plan moving forward together, there's good consensus that's going to make everybody comfortable. And there'll be additional processes besides the PUD, potential PUD rezoning, that are also going on at the same time.
Okay.
So a couple of additional points. We're going to be proposing elements that are going to exceed city code, which is one of the main items for consideration, again, if you're going to look at a PUD under the ordinance. And the things we're going to be considering are certainly sustainable design, pedestrian-oriented design, landscaping, lighting, and design that's going to be sensitive and integrate with Fred Richards' property, no matter what the use of Fred Richards may be. It may remain a golf course. It may not remain a golf course. We're a neighbor. We have an interest in what happens, but that's not our decision. As an adjacent property owner, we do care, and we do have an opinion, but candidly, that's a municipal asset that we believe should remain municipal. What its use should be is going to be up to the powers that be in the community. We think that stormwater management needs to be made an amenity, and when you take a look at the really good projects in your community, Centennial Lakes, and again, Normandale Lakes adjacent to your community, stormwater management is not just a necessity, it's an amenity. And that's part of what we're looking for. We find that clients want to be able to recreate, enjoy, and be around water that's not just going to be there as a necessity. So it has to look a certain way and function a certain way. That matters to people. It's very relevant, and it's relevant for us. We also feel that part of this project has to be to improve efficiency of the public streets. So part of what you're going to see, again, from Bob and Tom in just a couple of minutes are going to be some concepts that we've been talking about of how to make things look better and really look better from the standpoint of how green they can be. So again, I mean, we're looking for some levels of certainty. We realize it's a collaborative process. We are really excited about what we've been able to accomplish from here because Pentagon Park has been synonymous for failure for so long. It's time to get this property back where it belongs, and candidly, 42 acres in this location, it should be great. And we feel we're on the edge of that. So with that, I would like to introduce Tom Whitlock of Damon Farber & Associates and Bob Close. They are the leaders of our land planning team, and they're going to make a brief presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tankinoff. Welcome, Mr. Close, Mr. Whitlock.
Good evening.
Now, I think you're going to need to, Jordan, we have the wireless, so if you're going to use the center, you have to use that handheld.
All right.
We just have one of those, Jordan?
We can pass it back and forth.
Or you can
Yeah.
trade off? Or
Yes.
We'll try not to talk.
pass the baton? Yeah.
Well, we're delighted to be here. We've very much enjoyed getting involved with this project because of the enormous potential that it seems to have. And the slide that we're just going to take you through a series of slides that we presented at the council workshop. We also have had 2 open houses at Pentagon Park. One was very lightly attended, and the next one was very heavily attended. And so what you're going to see for the first part of this quick presentation is what was up at the open house and what the council saw in the workshop, and then we're going to show you some additional work that we've done since then. Okay, so these first couple of shots, we find them very intriguing because they just show the dichotomy between the land uses, between Fred Richards and Pentagon Park. It's dramatic when you see it from the air. One is very green, and the other is very gray. And so the green and the gray literally have fencing between the two and are very much separate land uses. We have a series of photographs that we've taken of existing conditions, and these on the top were taken actually these were the blimp shots, were they not? The blimp shots where we were able to get elevated shots at various elevations to look across Fred Richards at the existing Pentagon Park development and looking back. And then you can also see in the lower shots the condition of 77th and the parking lots that are there today. And we developed a diagram, and there's a lot of information on this diagram, but essentially what we are trying to say is that there are a series of forces that are at work, or guiding principles, really, if you will, that we want to pay attention to in any scheme that might move forward, in any concept that is developed. So you can see the yellow arrows coming from 77th North, this notion of improving access to whatever future development happens in the Fred Richards space, even if it stays golf course, but this notion that currently the access off Park Lawn is inadequate, it's hard to find, it's counterintuitive. There's a way to better connect the land uses. You see the green arrow connecting to the tower site. These are very disconnected parcels, and we would like to find a way to make those parcel connections much better. 77th itself, we're showing transit along 77th, the existing transit, but we also feel that it has a lot of potential to be a much different road, still serving the same kinds of uses that it serves now, but in a much more beautiful way. And we're thinking here also about how stormwater might possibly be a thing that is shared between sites, between public and private, and that there might be a way to have a shared amenity really make a lot of sense for both sides of the fence, if you will. Also, yeah, thank you. The purple square in the middle is this concept of shared parking, which is something that we feel strongly about and we got feedback about, that if it is possible to reduce parking quantities by having shared parking strategies, it makes a lot of sense to locate parking correctly, perhaps structured. We'll talk a little more about that in a moment. So these are the items: green streets, integrated stormwater, making a pedestrian-friendly 77th, connecting the tower site with the rest of the site, multimodality as being a thing of the future that we really need to be thinking about and planning for, and the notion of shared parking. Again, back to this existing relationship of the two land uses and the one that we would envision in our goal, the idea of taking green, the existing green, and pulling it through whatever is developed in Pentagon Park, so that green infrastructure becomes a really significant part of the redevelopment, as well as blue infrastructure. So we went through a series of concepts, and these are very preliminary, and we'll go through them quickly, but they are based on precedents that we've seen or we know about or that we worked on. And Dockside Green happens to be in Victoria, British Columbia, and it's a development on a brownfield site that uses stormwater in a very creative way to really essentially link land uses together. The images you see across the bottom here are all of that development, and it's a very progressive project that we are showing above in the diagram, that stormwater can be a major connector for this development, and it can even link down into the tower site to the southwest. The upper landing concept is based on a project that is the upper landing in St. Paul, right on the riverfront. If you look carefully on this one, you can see that there are a couple of access roads off of 77th that loop up and loop back down, preventing a lot of through traffic, for example. And so this notion of streets that loop back to 77th and emphasize 77th as the access for both Pentagon Park and Fred Richards is evident in this particular example. And stormwater is between those streets on the blocks where the streets disappear. It becomes stormwater management. We did a hybrid concept for Upper Landing, which shows a connection over to Park Lawn, just making it a little more porous so that we're able to access this site. Again, people who have addresses in this site need to have easy access, and front doors are a good thing on an address. And so that's part of the thinking about this northern piece of road that you see.
Just to interrupt you there, Mr. Close,
Yes.
Can you just give me a little, is it that there's the development kind of in the northeast corner? Is that the difference in the hybrid from the regular Upper Landing?
Yes, there is additional development shown in the hybrid in the northeast corner, and there's also a connecting piece of road going to Park Lawn from that easterly loop from 77. Those are the primary differences.
Thank you.
And again, the images down below are of the Upper Landing in St. Paul. This is the chain of lakes concept, where we actually said to ourselves, if one were to have stormwater be a shared amenity, could it take another form? Currently, of course, there's a lot of water in Fred Richards. And what if you reposition some of that water and it became amenity not only for the Fred Richards site, but for the Pentagon Park site? The roads are all basically on the Pentagon Park property that you can see here. You can see the regional trail coming through. That's the red dashed line. And the intent there is to have it come close to Pentagon Park so that there is a connection. You're allowing people who might actually be bicycling to be able to get through Pentagon Park and get their bike on a bus and use bicycling as a serious form of commuting, for example. So the water configuration is unique on this one in that regard, in that it's kind of strung out and it becomes an amenity for all the users within the community. The connection, again, to the tower site is an important component of this particular strategy. Centennial Lakes one talks about more of a single body of water. We like that model a lot. It is an older model. What if you took it and you adapted it to very current technologies? How could you bring the Pentagon Park site and the lakes, the reconfigured lakes on the Fred Richards site? How could you work those together to make a very strong kind of loops, series of loop systems that would allow people who work here or people who live nearby to be able to use this entire place as a sort of a casual recreational facility. So it's just another way of thinking about some of the same issues. You can see the road configuration here is a little bit different. It's not unlike a Minneapolis parkway system where you would have bay parking, which would allow, again, people using either side of the road to be able to put the car in a bay and walk to a building or over to the Fred Richards site. And it connects on 77th on the west end in this particular case, but then it loops back to 77th and 3 other places. So that's the Centennial Lakes concept. Minnehaha Creek concept is one, again, that is very linear because, you know, the space between the two land uses is currently a fence and a very hard edge. But what if you take a very thin edge, not unlike Minnehaha Creek, a linear water element that is managing stormwater, and you allow that system, you bring the regional trail through it. It's a very unique experience along the regional trail. You provide the parkway-like shared street that allows parking for either side. And again, you are linking water back and forth between the two sides of the line. You can see, you know, in the Minneapolis Parkway system, Minnehaha Creek is a very public edge, and Edina tends to be more privatized. We are thinking here that it could be more of that public edge so that you feel like you belong on that street. You feel like you have a right to be there and then to be able to access either the parkland or the buildings that front on that particular street. And parking was something we spent quite a bit of time talking about. We keep thinking about how you best do shared parking, and a lot of it is about location of that parking, but also because we have about 13 feet to groundwater. You know, we have limitations in terms of putting a garage underneath a building. We think we can do one level quite readily beneath buildings. We feel like, as you can see in sort of the pink on the diagram in the upper left, you could embed parking within structures as well, vertically, coming up. So this might be something like Excelsior and Grand, where parking decks are in mid-block. They're not seen from the street, but you access them, and they are internal to the block. And then we think on-street parking, the old idea of parallel parking or bay parking as a really good alternative to surface parking lots, a much better alternative, in fact, because surface parking lots, as we all know, can be, you know, unsightly and take up a lot of land area, and when they're empty, it's not too good. Whereas parking on the street, combined with some lower parking and some structured parking, we think that three-pronged approach could meet the needs that we're looking at here. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tom. He's going to bring you up to speed on some of the latest.
So as Scott mentioned, the next step that we've begun to study is what is the amount of infrastructure that's needed to facilitate the redevelopment of Pentagon Park. And so there's 2 diagrams that you'll see here. One that shows all of the development happening within the existing property lines and identifying all of the infrastructure that's needed. So, and we have some of the street sections to share with you, but the pink is a parkway-like street, as Bob was mentioning, tucked to the south side of Fred Richards, with the regional trail running along the north side of that road. The green streets that Bob mentioned, running north-south, connecting to 77th, are shown here, and I'll have street sections that I'll show you in a second of what that might look like. 77th, in all of the concepts, consistently trying to upgrade 77th. So currently today, 77th is a 5-lane roadway, 2 lanes in each direction with 1 center turn lane, which is a 2-way left-hand turn lane. So the idea is, can we get a green boulevard into 77th, much like Excelsior Boulevard in St. Louis Park, where we have dedicated left-hand turn lanes, but it begins to calm the street, it's a little bit greener, and add green boulevards on both sides of the street. And we'll have some street sections to show that. This also shows proposed parking ramps or structures, as Bob was mentioning. Again, these are the orange boxes. Again, trying to locate some close to Fred Richards to allow public use of that and movement back and forth between the development. And then additional road infrastructure interior to the tower site. And then improvements to what we call supporting streets. So the streets Viking Drive, the frontage road, Computer Avenue, and Park Lawn in this location, that we wouldn't redo the streets, but we would add decorative street lighting, sidewalks, landscaping, so that there's a strong pedestrian feel, like Scott mentioned at the beginning, to all of the edges of the development, so it's welcoming. So this is a very this is a diagram that keeps everything within the existing property lines. This proposed diagram shows what we think is sort of the maximum amount of infrastructure if it became more of a public-private type partnership. Again, the green streets extending up to this parkway that would extend all the way over to 77th, creating a stronger link to the tower site. So it's a little bit longer of a parkway, again, having parking bays on that street. The green streets linking to 77th. There's parking ramps sort of at each quad that support the development and can be used by the public as well. What we're showing here is a bridge type structure like Centennial Lakes, where the bridges go up and over the water to allow pedestrian and water movement north and south across 77th, making a much stronger pedestrian link where you don't have to cross a 5-lane roadway to link these two sites, and providing a strong connection to the regional trail. Otherwise, this diagram is very consistent with the other diagram as far as improvements to 77th, the supporting streets, and some of the internal streets at the tower site. So what do these streets look like? So these are just some quick diagrams that we'll go through. So this is 77th Street. You can see across the bottom in this section that there's 5 lanes. We're converting the center lane into a median with a left-hand. You can sort of see the car in the background, but that would be a dedicated left-hand turn lane to allow full access to all of the existing businesses north and south of 77th. Additional green boulevard and sidewalks on both sides of the street. Right now, there's no sidewalk on the north side of 77th, and there's a very narrow 4-foot wide sidewalk on the south side of 77th. So this would improve pedestrian connectivity on both sides. Decorative street lighting, again, just trying to create a quality front door as you come in 77th. And then you can see in the plan view, again, this is the green boulevard, allowing left-hand turn lanes for access in both directions, with sidewalks, street trees on both sides. The parkway, which you can see just in the diagram, is the road that's just south of Fred Richards. Again, 1 lane of traffic in each direction, parking bays on both sides that would allow parking for the development, but also convenience parking for the park. And I think one of the things that we heard in the neighborhood meetings is concern of people using that space and parking in the neighborhood, so this would help alleviate that by providing some convenient parking. The regional trail on one side and then a sidewalk for the development on the other. Again, enhanced decorative lighting, street trees, and boulevards. The supporting streets, so this is Park Lawn, Computer, Viking, and the frontage road along Highway 100, which are typically 4-lane roads. So we're not proposing any changes to those roadways or the function of those roadways, only to add pedestrian sidewalks, boulevard, street trees, and decorative lighting again to create a consistent edge for the project. These are the green streets. The last streets are the green streets. So these are the streets that connect 77th to Fred Richards, most likely having transit shelters and stops at these locations when it intersects with 77th Street. Again, one lane of traffic in each direction with parking bays on either side, parallel parking bays, again providing that convenience parking, green boulevards, street trees, decorative lighting, similar treatment. And then the internal streets, which is primarily on the tower site, again, one lane of traffic in each direction with parking or drop-offs, depending on the function of the uses in that area. Stormwater, there's just two quick slides. Stormwater, this just shows that, as Scott mentioned, it's important that stormwater is an amenity. Amenity for the project, amenity for the public. So these are just examples some that Bob mentioned of creating amenity out of stormwater treatment, whether it's bioswales and rainwater gardens or creating pedestrian edges to open water, trying to get the public a little bit closer to that. And then finally, this is Centennial Lakes, which you're familiar with. Again, this is the connection from the tower site to the north towards Fred Richards and the rest of the development, trying to create a bridge that will allow water through, that will allow pedestrians through without having to cross that major street. So I think with that, we would open it up for any questions or comments that you might have.
Thank you very much. Before we start in on the questions, I did want to mention we're missing a couple of members this evening. One of those members, Commissioner Schroeder, felt strongly enough about not being able to be here that he bent my ear as well as Commissioner Fisher's ear. So we'll try to channel for him as we're making comments, inadequate though we might be. Comments from the Commission. Questions, comments? Commissioner Carr.
Well, I just want to compliment you on these wonderfully creative ideas. And Commissioner Platter and I both serve on the Living Streets Advisory Group. And you're just talking the talk, traffic calming, tree canopies, sidewalks, all that really adds to the beauty, livability, and the connectivity between the public and the private. So it looks like you've got some great ideas.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fisher.
I've seen little bits and pieces of this presentation, and it's truly exciting. So I'll just start there. So I'm just going to jump into detailed questions, but the caveat is I really like the concept a lot. The question I have is about use, and I'm curious. I don't know if I've ever heard why housing might not be in the mix here in a truly mixed-use development scenario, and that might be Mr. Tankinoff question. And I'll just throw a few out, and then you guys can decide how to divvy them up. So why might housing not be part of the mix in terms of, because a lot of the amenity here, of course, will be great for office, but it also is incredible for people that might want to live here and work just a block away along the path. Then you said all the right things about 77th Street, and the diagrams are really kind of more focused on the changes that might happen on the edge, that between public and private. But I'm assuming that there'd be a lot of care that would be taken on the 77th Street edge and that activity level. And the only concern I had was, you talked about parking in the mid blocks. The diagram, I understand it's just diagrams, show parking structures that might be right on the street. And I'd like to hear about how you would just conceptually think about those parking ramps and not having we just don't want another parking ramp like across the street from Target. It's just not good. So I'll let you answer those.
Commissioner Fisher, let me address the question about housing, why it's a purely commercial project at this point. We have looked at a whole variety of options. We did look in pretty good depth at housing, and no matter what we do, we know it needs to be functional in the marketplace. And I think it's not that we're trying to take cues from others at this project or other projects that have maybe not met with success. But in looking at the numbers and in looking at a lot of different factors, we really believe strongly commercial will work. We think it functions very well as commercial, and it candidly all is commercial currently. The numbers just were very difficult to make them work today in a market environment. We just couldn't really get there. So we made a determination that commercial was the way to go. We do realize under MDD6 that, if something changes, we could always come back and look at that, but for the foreseeable future, we think this is the only plausible path. We also think it's not only plausible, we also think it's likely to happen, and we think it can be very exciting.
Okay.
Regarding 77th, one of the things we discussed, for that to really work on 77th, there needs to be some partnering with Seagate and other folks to the south, because where driveways are located and so on, they would need to be consolidated, reorganized so that the concept of the left turn lane and brakes in the island would really work. And we believe they can, just from what we've looked at so far. So again, there's definitely an advantage for both sides of the road to share in this. One thing that's interesting is that curb to curb is the city right-of-way right now, nothing behind the curb. So there would need to be a partnership, public-private, taking place to achieve boulevard, sidewalk, transit shelter locations, regardless of which way we go. But I think those are all achievable goals. Now, the parking deck. We talked a lot about it. We talked, and as Scott pointed out, we don't have an architect on staff yet, but we've been looking at precedents. Whether a parking structure can have some liner building on it, or whether it can literally be located internal to the block. It can be, but we also want amenity within that block. So there's a balancing act that, as these ideas evolve into a more viable or real kind of scheme, that we will have to be addressing exactly those issues. We couldn't agree with you more that we don't want to have corners of blocks, structured parking. We are really doing what we can to make it pedestrian friendly and much more attractive environment.
I assumed it was just diagrammatic,
Yes.
and that all of that would be,
Exactly.
which would be consistent with what you're trying to do. So,
Commissioner Potts.
Maybe I could pick up on a couple of those points. You've referenced Dockside Green and Centennial Lakes a lot, which both do include housing, and I think that's part of what makes those successful. So I would just echo that comment. It's noticeably missing, and I think the dynamic it creates is this becomes a drive-to destination that may operate on business hours and then go dark when everybody leaves and goes home. And a lot of what we're seeing now in successful developments is extending that day, having people live there, having people on the streets after rush hour, moving around. So I'm also, I guess I probably shouldn't have started with a challenge like that, because I think the thought you've put into this is very good. I like it a lot, and I think these are just suggestions as you do develop the diagrams and start to give this, as it takes shape for what it's going to be. Also, along those lines, I think this is sort of an even cut across the plane you've described, across the property you own. It's sort of undifferentiated, no hierarchy. And that may be because of how early it is and you don't have the architectural influence a lot. See a lot of blocks that have an open space in the middle that has a body of water right in the middle. And just starting to think about how the negative spaces or the spaces in between buildings are occupied is going to be important. I think at the west side of the site, where you've got the underpass and the tower site, that's where some of those neat things are starting to happen, and maybe to think about which end is the front door and which is the back door. This will start to drive some of that and bring in that next sort of layer of richness, layer of reality to it. Other than those comments, I think this is you're off to a great start. You've clearly put together a good team, Mr. Tankinoff. Thank you for doing that. We enjoy seeing things like this take shape, and also having communication as you have and getting feedback early on. Thanks.
Commissioner Platter.
I will also echo the residential, and I like how Commissioner Potts mentioned, the 8 to 5, and after 5 everything goes dark. I think what things that make Centennial Lakes and other areas is the variety around there, the retail, the housing, other things that keep that area energized and throughout, if that's what you're trying to create. Having said that, one of my thoughts is don't create something that's already created either, maybe in town. I was looking at the one you have up here, the Minnetonka Creek concept. I think at least that's how I would like to see it, or trend toward that. And that's really not in this area of town that much. So much of this area of town is really paved over and things. I think that's a concept that could go a long ways towards, I guess, bringing nature back maybe to that area of town. I know the golf course is there, but the rest of it, especially south, is pretty well paved over. I would suggest a PUD on this. I think you could have a lot more opportunities with that versus how it's excuse me, zoned right now. You can bring up a lot more interesting concepts that way, instead of kind of playing within the rules, if you will, have those opportunities. I would just comment on the streets here. I wouldn't, how do I say this? I wouldn't overstreet it either. We obviously have to have streets, but what we've seen, and if you go across to Grandview, there's streets everywhere, but they don't really go anywhere. I mean, there's just too many of them, and are they the best spots to put them? To kind of minimize those pieces. Great concepts here. Thanks for coming forward and putting yourself out there, I guess, to, for hopefully positive feedback from all these things, and what the community doesn't like. I was also the echo of the Living Streets piece as we were on there. Looks like you're very much approaching that. And the last thing on parking, and I don't know how it'll play out, but just watch out for, I hope you don't put like teaser lots here for parking. In other words, something that people are always going to try and get into, and it creates jams that, there's different ways to do it, and I get what you're trying to do with the different ways of it, but hopefully it's not something where everyone tries to get into these 5 stalls and then all this is sitting back unused somewhere either. So, the combination of things like that. So, but again, great comments. Thanks for coming in, and, or excuse me, concepts, and thanks for coming in, and look forward to seeing this in the future.
Thank you.
Just had a couple of questions. One thing that I'm a little curious about is kind of the timing or staging. There's been a lot of focus through the various concepts on the, for lack of a better phrase, the 77th Street portion as opposed to the tower site. And I wonder if you can talk a little bit about, and maybe this is you, Mr. Tankinoff, about kind of how you see the two going together, and 77th has its own kind of marquee. The tower site has its own kind of marquee with it butting up against Highway 100 and near 494, and I assume that's where you're kind of thinking a potential hotel site. But if you could just elaborate a little bit from a use perspective and a timing perspective on how you see these going together.
Sure. Commissioner Staunton, the south site, and this is just my opinion, I believe that the south site will be probably the first site that gets redeveloped. There's a variety of reasons why. It goes back to the desirability of that particular land parcel right now. The fact that we've been able to, the tower itself, which is in a sense an oxymoron, but the tower itself.
It's funny that we're calling it a tower.
Right now only has a few occupants. We've been very deliberate in trying to work with the occupants that were there, but we've candidly moved a lot of the occupants that were in that building to the other buildings to the north of 77th, and we've moved them to the east. So we had to make a decision of I don't want to say what we thought the front door was, but we had to make a decision of where we thought the project would start and where it may end and how it may sequence, because this is a multiple phase project. The consensus was overwhelmingly we need to start on the west and we need to move our way east. And to that end, we've actually gone and stabilized a number of the buildings to the north. We've been very careful and very strategic in how many buildings, but we've got 5 buildings right now that are to the north on 77th that we've stabilized. And we've moved a number of clients from the south tower site to those buildings in the north. And we've also found a number of other occupants that have come into the city of Edina as well.
So when you say stabilized, you mean they are in a kind of rehabilitated to a level where there can be occupancy for some period of time while you do the redevelopment on the west side?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct. And we've made them code compliant, which has been a struggle because there were a lot of years of neglect, but we've also tried to make them somewhat desirable, but we've had to be very careful, and this is where the subjectivity has come in. And it's actually an area that Hillcrest is very experienced in doing, taking buildings, getting an interim use, making them code compliant, but also trying to figure out what really is the ultimately best use of that land, what's best for us, best for the community, how do we figure out the right way to unlock what that should be. If you go too far renovating a building, you might have that building for 25 years.
Right. And you came in front of us when you talked about that, and I think you've done a nice job of striking that sweet spot where you have something that's desirable enough without being so invested in that you feel like you got to have it for the next 25 years.
Correct. So,
But I hear you, but there certainly is a kind of marquee value to that, westernmost parcel with its fronting on Highway 100 and, near more of that. A hotel strikes me as something that makes a lot of sense on that site. So I understand, and it makes some sense that you would maybe start there while you stabilize the more eastern part.
correct. And we see the 4820 building, which is labeled on your plans as Walsh Title. That's a building, ironically, that started our interest in Pentagon Park back in late 2010. We purchased that building, which was in receivership at that time, and it had a couple of tenants in its 20,000 feet, repositioned it, but we also put in flexibilities so that eventually we can do something different with that site.
So where is that one?
That's on the western end of the site, just if we can,
Oh, the western end of the western parcel?
western end on the west parcel,
Okay.
next to Burgundy.
Got it,
Between
all right.
Burgundy and Bar. We view that as a connector, hopefully, for north and south. We view that as the linchpin to basically make these sites interact with each other and actually make them cohesive. And I believe that there will be some structure that goes there at some point, but it will be in a different shape and probably a different size than what's there now. And the idea of having a large surface parking lot there is probably not the most desirable thing to do.
Right.
So we think that's along with the south parcel, one of the early development sites. And then we also think directly to the east of that parcel, which I believe are labeled, actually Tom or Bob are on it right now. There are 2 buildings that are there that we think also are excellent candidates to be demolished and to provide for a new development site as well.
Okay.
We think that's the sequencing.
With respect to the various concepts, and Mr. Close and Mr. Whitlock, maybe these are questions for you. Can you kind of, I see the various documents, and I'm trying to get my arms around what to make of the moving parts. What are the things that are really changing? It looks like the street configuration kind of changes from. Looks like all of them try to use the water in one way or another, and the water is kind of incorporated throughout the development. But can you maybe elaborate a little bit on what's really different between each one, and how do they? Is there a central kind of element that changes from one to another, or when you put it together, how did you decide that these are different from one another?
That's a good question, and Bob, you can jump in. I think primarily there are some things, as you mentioned, that are consistent throughout the concepts, improving 77th, the turning stormwater into amenity, the idea of green streets. I think primarily it's the circulation patterns and the road network. So you'll see, and this came from meetings with the council and the community, some concepts show sort of loop systems. There was some concern about sort of through traffic in that area. So they all sort of test different ways of getting access but also limiting the amount of traffic that's up along Fred Richards. So you'll see, maybe I'll just sort of start at the beginning here. So Dockside Green, you can see, is sort of a one-loop system. Provides one way in and one way out.
Is it fair to say that that one probably has the least amount of street network internal?
I think that's safe to say, yep.
Okay.
And you'll see the upper landing has a double loop system. Much like if you go to St. Paul, you could see exactly how that operates. The pedestrian connectivity is consistent, but the vehicles operate in a double loop system. But again, that forces, if somebody comes here to park and there's no parking, it forces them back out to 77th. So that's the drawback of that concept. The hybrid, again, just shows a connection all the way to Park Lawn. The Chain of Lakes is another loop system, keeping everything south of the existing Fred Richards clubhouse. And then some of the later concepts show, again, streets connecting to 77th, but connecting all the way over to the tower site. And Minnehaha is similar in that respect.
So, you know, my reaction just as one voice is, I know that there was some initial kind of pushback on the notion of streets on the northern edge of this, but I think it's less about whether there's more streets and more about what those streets are like. And if done the right way, I think they can work. And I find this notion of a soft edge really appealing, and I think, Mr. Close, what you started with this stark picture of gray versus green is really instructive, and I don't think necessarily having a street there is inconsistent with that, but you do have to be careful about how you design that street so that it's part of softening the edge as opposed to, you know, creating a boundary or creating
Right.
some kind of division.
No, it could actually behave more as a seam, and you're right, it needs to be scaled appropriately.
Right.
If the regional trail can be integrated with that system, suddenly you have various modes of people moving, cars are calmed. Primarily, they're coming there as a destination. They're not just, they're not driving there to pass through. They're coming because they have business at one of the buildings, or they are heading into the park. So
Right, or if somebody wanted to come and park in one of the bays and get out and go for a walk over lunch.
get on their
or-
bike and
or
take
get on
the
their bike
regional
and
trail.
go.
Exactly.
Okay.
So it's that kind of, and it's got to be scaled right,
Yeah.
designed well. Yeah.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I just want to build on that comment. I was going to say this as well, but I'd just like to do it right now as the chair has just mentioned it. I just can't stress enough how I think we should actually make that connection on the northern boundary between Fred Richards and this development. If you go to the Minnehaha scheme, if you look at the right there. So I tend to like this one just in terms of what it does on the edge. And I'm not getting into the details about where it's being pushed and whose property, right? It's just the concept right now. But if you look at the fact that that parkway, and I thought it was illustrated really well on the plan, and you can see it in some of the photos, but that's a really nice edge to have. And I think it is more of a seam. But when I look at it here, it's missing the link, right? And again, I believe very strongly, and I know you've had some pushback on this, but I believe really strongly that link should be made, and it can be made in a way that's not routing all of the pass-through traffic as a shortcut. It can be a real destination connection. But what that does, and this is where Chair Staunton would it be okay to bring up Commissioner Schroeder's
Yeah, I think that's a good
diagram? Carrie, can you bring that up? So Commissioner Schroeder has been thinking about this as well, and he did this really fascinating diagram. Because what we're looking at here is a really creative approach to 40-some acres of our city. But even if you look at this quadrant of our city, I thought Commissioner Schroeder showed me this diagram at one point. I'm like, wow. So now the two of us live in that neighborhood, so maybe we have a different perspective. And I don't know, maybe others live in there as well. But So if you look at just this, there's like a little mini grand rounds happening on the southeast quadrant of Edina. And if you look at it, if you think about the promenade through the Southdale area, then moving through the mall, 66th as you move along with the lake and the park there, and then you get over where the regional trail is going to be happening. Well, you come down to Pentagon Park, it's a really important piece in a bigger picture. And so when we look at it zoomed in, which you've done a great job of, and you've articulated the fact that there's some regional trail connections and everything, but when you really just zoom out, you realize how important it is to make that, don't miss it by a block, I guess is my point. Make the connection, and it'll be really powerful. And that's just what, this diagram that Commissioner Schroeder did, I think really kind of gets to that point. And we just wanted to make sure that we threw it out there and that make sure we're all looking at this from the, we're zooming out far enough. And I know that's, you're not here to design a quarter of the city, but I'm encouraging what you're doing. I think what you're doing is fantastic, and I'm just encouraging that we all kind of make sure that we're not precluding a good solution because we're afraid of what a connection there would do. So I'm just throwing that out there.
And I guess I'd piggyback on that. One of the other questions on the use that comes to mind, we talked a little bit about housing, but as I start to envision what you're talking about, and if it's predominantly office, so then where do I go for lunch? Is it there or is it somewhere else? Well, if it's somewhere else, then we should have really easy connections, and maybe even connections that might be on foot, or and so I think that Commissioner Schroeder's diagram really is useful in thinking about how this connects to other parts. How do you go from here to other places in that scenario, as well as in somebody using the trail? You don't want the trail to nowhere. You want it to hook up to places that you want to go and that you can get off for a while and stop and enjoy various places. And so I'd echo what Commissioner Fisher said, that in some ways this diagram is more for us than you, but I hope it's encouraging to you in terms of trying to help us figure out how to make this an integrated part of this whole part of the city, as opposed to just kind of one destination that's disconnected from everything else. Commissioner Forrest.
I don't have the architectural background as my colleagues here, but I was very struck, well, especially when Commissioner Potts mentioned, we have a speaker that's buzzing at us, sorry. He didn't want to see it go dark after business hours, and that really struck me. I thought there is that potential to happen if it gets too much of a single use there. So I echo their comments regarding expanding or looking at expanding the uses beyond just office buildings. I'd like to see, of course, then future adaptability for other uses in any structures that you end up settling on, so that as the market changes, as lifestyles change, the buildings don't become obsolete, which is what you're dealing with right now. Now this is, again, I don't have the background that these other people do, but I would like to see a little more visual variety. I think it's nice when the buildings complement one another and are compatible, but when I look at these plans and I realize it's very early on, what I'm seeing is there's another bunch of office buildings. They all kind of look alike, they're the same shape, and they're plopped in a line. So I like the idea of perhaps considering a little more visual variety, whether it's in shape or with use. I mean, that might make a difference too. And then also to maybe consider creative uses. This is wish list stuff. Especially if we start integrating the public-private with the Fred Richards property, it would be nice to see perhaps a small performance venue, maybe a studio row or a row of artist studios and galleries along there that would be an attraction on the other side of 77th for the hotel visitors, things like that, to just keep that place really lively and meaningful, 24/7.
Just a couple other quick, picking up on one point that Commissioner Forrest made. She and I both, along with Carrie, attended a recent ULI presentation on parking that was really enlightening in the reuse sense. For instance, using ramps that have horizontal decks as opposed to slanted decks certainly creates the opportunity to reuse those later if it turns out you don't need as much parking without having to tear the whole building down and start over. The other point I wanted to touch on is density. To me, I think it's just about the capacity. It's the roadway and perhaps other capacity issues, but there's got to be a sweet spot somewhere. I'm all for as much density in this area. That doesn't frighten me so long as it doesn't swamp the transportation infrastructure. So I recognize we're a long ways from that right now, but as we go forward, that would be the way I would think about the density, because Mr. Tankinoff, as you kind of quoted the numbers, the distance between 940,000 square feet and 1,000,009 is a long ways. So, and I get that is going to have a lot to do with the economic viability and the things that you can do, and so I'm all ears on that. The piece that I'd be concerned about is just infrastructure and how it's going to change the character of the way people and cars and bikes and everything move through the area.
As long as you mention that, I just want to clarify, is it 1.9 million or a million? The first time you said it, it sounded a little bit more like a million, like 1.09.
No, it's 1,900,000 of total density.
I just want to make sure I was hearing it right.
Yes.
And again, I'm not scared about that. It's just...
Mr. Teague.
Thank you, Chair Stoughton. Just to clarify those numbers, in the approved zoning for the site, the MDD6, it is 1,000,009, but half of it has to be residential square footage, and the other half has to be office, commercial type square footage.
Okay. Other comments? I know we have a full agenda, so as much as we would, this stuff we get a big kick out of, and this is planning after all. And so I'm sure we could go on all night, but there's a lot of people waiting to participate in some public hearings too. So, other comments from the commission? So, by its very nature, the sketch plan is a little bit loosey-goosey here. We've tried to give you some feedback, and I think we've had a pretty good give and take discussion here. I appreciate, Mr. Tankinoff, you kind of putting a stake in the ground in terms of timing, and I think we should all be mindful of that as we move forward. But I think one of the real opportunities here is that you're really early in the process, and so I think it's still malleable, and I hope that we'll continue to go through this process as your thinking is evolving and ours is too. So,
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, next up, now we're moving to the public hearing portion of the agenda. We have 6 public hearings this evening. And I just want to, before we start with our first item, for those folks who are here this evening and may or may not have participated in a public hearing before, the rough process that we will follow is we'll have staff give an overview of the particular application. These are all applications for permission to do something, whether it be a variance or site plan or subdivision. These are particular property owners who are coming before the commission seeking a recommendation to the council on approval of a variance or of a subdivision or something like that. So we will have staff do the introduction. Then we're going to ask the applicant in each situation to come up and share with us any thoughts they might have about their application and things that we ought to consider. The Planning Commission will ask some questions of staff and of the applicant as we go through that. Once we've completed that process, we're going to ask people to come up as part of the public hearing. We'll open the public hearing, ask people to come up and share their thoughts on the application with us. When you do that, we ask that you go to one of the 2 side podiums, unless you've got something to present on the overhead projector. Introduce yourself, give us your name and address, and we'll give you 3 minutes to share your thoughts on a particular item. In general, although there might be some questions for folks who are commenting during the public hearing, I'll try to capture the comments or questions that you have during the public hearing portion of the meeting and make sure we follow up on those with staff and or the applicant. We will then close the public hearing, and we'll have some discussion among the commission, which may include additional questions to staff and the applicant, and then we'll proceed to make a decision on a recommendation that we're going to make to the council. So I just wanted to kind of give folks that overview before we get started. And with that introduction, the first item up is a variance, John Adams, Ted Warner, for 5 Mara Lane in Edina. And Carrie, you'll introduce this? You got a funky microphone here. We better, Jordan?
Okay.
All right, very good.
Property I believe you're all familiar with. This was the subdivision that was reviewed and approved by the City Council roughly a month ago or so. This is located in the Rolling Green area east of Interlaken, at the end of Mara Lane. The property is 3.5 acres in size. There's a single-family home, and as you can see, the lot is heavily wooded. The City Council gave preliminary approval for a subdivision of this property into 3 lots. There were 2 conditions worth mentioning here. One condition is that the median lot sizes need to be verified prior to final plat. That's underway right now. The city has hired a... Sorry. Better? Okay. Upside down. Is that okay?
It should be okay.
Okay. Only been doing this 5, 6, 7 years now. Okay. So one of the conditions is that we need to verify those numbers for the median lot size. That will be part of the final plat when the council receives that in the future. So that's not up for discussion this evening. The second condition was that the applicant make an application for front yard setback variances to bring the homes a little bit further away from the existing homes to the east and south. So this is a look at the plat that was approved. The building pads are highlighted here in the red. That's the code compliant building pads based on the existing homes on either side. That's how the front yard setback is established in the average of those 2. So the applicant has made that application for the front yard setback variances, and they're proposing 130-foot setbacks for each of the 3 lots. 130-foot setback is the average on the street on Mara Lane. You may recall that prior to 2010, when we made that ordinance change where it became the average of the 2 homes on either side, you had the option of your front yard setback being the average on that street. So prior to 2010, 130 feet would have met the city code requirement. So again, as you see, the 2 existing homes to the west and south, the idea here is to provide a little bit greater distance, again, as conditioned by the City Council. So the request before the Planning Commission...
Carrie, if I could just interrupt you right there. If you could go back to that previous slide. So can you just give us a quick idea of what difference that is from that to what the standard would have been? How many feet forward are we moving? Do you know?
Yeah, the side yard setback here could go as close as 10 feet. And this preservation easement area that they're suggesting, that's 25 feet wide. So a home could be built, as close as in this area here.
And how about the other direction? How much further down the hill are they than they would have been under the standard scenario?
It's unfortunate that I don't have the buildings shown on this graphic where you can see the buildable area. I can go back and forth a little bit, but the building pad could have
Well, maybe that's
come
something.
down into this area here.
Maybe that's something we can follow up to with the applicant. But
Sure.
I think when I went through the packet, it was one of the things I was trying to figure out is how big a move is this from what was there.
So the primary issue here are these proposed variances reasonable? Staff believes that they are for 4 essential reasons. Again, the average on the street here, all the existing homes on Mara Lane, the average is 130-foot setback. So they're consistent with that prior requirement. Second, again, they are proposing a preservation easement. It's the hatched area that would be a no-build zone, no construction within that area, and they're also proposing landscaping within that area. They're suggesting a row of 16-foot tall Techni arborvitaes in this location here to provide screening between the two homes. Not a typical requirement requiring a screening between single-family homes, but in this instance they are offering that up, as well as some maple trees here, and then maintaining the existing vegetation in that area. The trees proposed in this area to provide screening for this home would be large Norway spruce, and these would be up to 16 feet tall as planted. So pretty good-sized trees to provide that additional screening. And again, the building separation, the separation between these two existing homes is about 80 feet. As proposed with this easement, this home could get as close as 72 feet if they were to build down to that point. As you see, the suggested building pads here are a little bit further away to provide a little bit more backyard area, and 75 feet in this location here. So again, if a 10-foot setback were met, that would be increased to potentially 60 feet. And lastly, staff believes that the variance criteria are met. And looking at the 3 criteria on the screen, will the proposal relieve practical difficulties that would prevent a reasonable use from complying with the ordinance? There are circumstances that are unique to the property, and that the variance wouldn't alter the essential character of the neighborhood. So again, the practical difficulty here is the location of the existing homes on the adjacent properties. Again, set quite a bit back, far from Mara Lane. 6 Mara Lane has a 175-foot setback, and 7 is 191. So again, because they were built so far back on the lot, that causes those 2 new lots to have the homes set that far back. So again, so that's the practical difficulty in this instance. And again, if these lots were created prior to 2010, they would comply with that 130-foot requirement. Staff believes that the proposal wouldn't alter the character of the neighborhood. Again, the buildings would be consistent with the homes on the east side of Mara Lane. And the average setback for the homes, or the range of setbacks for the homes on the west side, range anywhere from 25 to 75 feet. So the proposed homes here are quite a bit further back than the homes across the street. So with that, staff is recommending approval of the project subject to the findings and conditions that are in your staff report. And just to highlight a couple of those conditions, again, the final plat has to be approved by the City Council to officially establish these lots. And that will be when the median lot sizes are verified. The council would approve this preservation easement that's suggested here, so the specifics and the language would be worked out at that time. There is a typo I want to note in the conditions that I note that 9 Mile Creek Watershed District approval is required, and this is actually Minnehaha Creek. So just a correction there. And with that, I can stand for questions. The applicant has some renderings of what a home would look like on the site from the adjacent properties as well. So with that, I can stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Teague. Questions from the Commission? Commissioner Scheer.
Mr. Teague, I think you made this claim, but just I want to clarify it. When you made the statement that the 130-foot setback proposed is consistent with other dwellings on Mary Lane, the average, you're talking about an average of both sides of the street for the entire street?
It's the average of the homes on the east side of the street, so it's all along the east side of Mary Lane.
So it does not include the houses on the west that have
Correct.
shorter setbacks?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? One question I had, Carrie, was the building footprints that are shown, are those just for illustrative purposes? There's no...
That's exactly right.
So what we'd be, I mean, this is kind of an unusual situation. Normally when we do variances, setback variances, we have an actual site plan with a structure being proposed, and we know how much variance we're giving. Here it'd be basically a buildable area that would be expanded. We would be basically resetting the front yard setback line at 130 feet.
Correct.
Okay.
The-
Go ahead.
Chair,
Commissioner Fisher.
I think the difference, because I thought about that same thing, so we're saying, well, wait a minute, we just let them push up further, what stops them from taking the full pad in the back? But that's really the easement,
right.
Which in essence, the two together pushes this thing a little bit forward.
Right.
Okay.
It's somewhat similar to the Blackfoot Pass subdivision, only they were clumped together, the variances, along with the subdivision. This one, they're separated. Typically, it would be part of the plat.
But just remind me, the three lots that were created here all meet all requirements.
Correct.
And so the discussion about the variance, which started here, was about how you mitigate the impacts on the neighbors.
Exactly right.
Commissioner Scheer.
When we last spoke about this as a group, there was discussion by, I believe, the proponents, but the presentation stated that the existing Warner home, there was no commitment about what its status would be going forward. The staff report says now that it would remain. Has that been finalized?
There's no plans at the moment to remove that home. So it would remain as is.
But we would be including that parcel in this subdivision in the 130-foot
Yes.
agreement?
And let's say if it weren't included,
Looks like it's a little further back than 130.
it is currently. If it weren't included and variances were approved for 130 feet for both lots, then the required setback essentially becomes 130 feet for the middle lot because you take the average of the homes on either
Right.
side.
My
So
next
in either
point.
way, it's 130 feet.
We've encapsulated that
Right.
by doing this.
Yep,
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Assuming that they build all the way to the 130 feet.
correct.
Okay.
That's right.
All right. Thank you, Carrie. If the applicant could come forward, I don't know who's going to speak on behalf, or multiple people.
Well, two probably,
All
but
right.
I'm Charlie Carpenter.
Welcome, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. I'm an attorney with the Fabianski Law Firm in Minneapolis on LaSalle Avenue, and I'm here working with the Warner family, and Ted's here in attendance, as well as John Adams, who's been spearheading the project for the Warners, and Scott Ritter, who is our landscape designer, and then lastly, Mark Romberg, who's done the surveying, site planning type work for us. What I'd like to do first is just take a quick moment to make clear why we're here tonight, and then, more importantly, describe really what's going to be included in that preservation easement, put a little meat on the bones of what you haven't yet heard about. So, as Carrie had said, the Warners received preliminary plat for the three-lot subdivision from the City Council, and before that, at the Planning Commission here in July, when you reviewed this plat, we did hear quite a lot of discussion and concern about the aesthetics of placing the homes at the back of those three lots. I don't know if you remember that.
Oh, yeah.
We had material discussion, and there was the suggestion or suggestions made that a variance might be pursued to bring those homes forward to mitigate or eliminate some of that or all of that clustering. So we took all that into account and prepared a plan that does what you've just now seen, which is to bring these building envelopes forward to the 130-foot setback, and then added a preservation zone. We're now calling it a preservation easement, which does effectively create additional setback, that's loosely said, but additional setback at the rear and then on the outsides, so that we can't slip a new home all the way to the rear, all the way to the outside. We're kind of establishing a new building envelope that's further forward. So again, the idea of that preservation zone is that buildings would be prohibited, like a setback might affect, and that we would plant trees and maintain them to create screening both for the adjacent neighbors, the Mary Polat on the one side and the Ganos on the other, and then further to create some buffering when you look up the hill toward these homes from the street, so sort of from the other neighbors' perspectives. At the city council meeting, we asked them for their input on this plan, and they appeared to embrace it so much so that they did require us to make application for the setback variance a condition to their approval. And they did, again, couple it with this preservation easement, so they're linked. So that's what we're here to do tonight, is have you hear the variance application, and I think it's important for you, which is my next little piece here, to understand what's going to go into that preservation easement with a little bit more detail so you have a sense of it. First, what we'll do is that we'll create the easement by recording an easement document against the property on the county record, which will show the location of this, the location of the areas on each perimeter and around the back that were shaded on Carrie's drawing, and then include terms as to what needs to be done and what can't be done in this easement area. And we have put together that easement document, or an initial draft. We ran it past the city attorney's office, worked through several drafts with them, and we've come up with a form that I think they're okay with. It may not be the ultimate final document, but we're close. Certainly in their eyes, we're good. What's going to be in that document is some legal boilerplate and all, but I think from a more substantive standpoint, it distills down to just 7 things, and I'll just run through those real quickly. They're simple. First is that, again, we'll attach this plan that you've just seen with the shading to show the location of the easement area. 2 is that we'll require in that declaration that the lot owners plant trees that Carrie was showing you on the plan in the area by a date certain. We're working out exactly the timing of that, but it'll probably be June of next year for the middle lot, since the house may likely stay. And then probably peg the date for the planting of the trees on the 2 outsides to tie or correspond to when those homes get built, so we can tweak the actual location of the trees. You know, the house might jigger around a little bit in that building envelope, and to maximize the screening effect for the Polat home and the Gano home, you know, they might want to shift up or back slightly. But so that was the idea, is that we'd set the time for planting those to correspond to the building on those outside 2 next year for the inside lot number 2. Lot owners will be required to install an irrigation system to water the new trees. The lot owners will be required to replace those trees if they die. And we've set it up so that obligation goes on into the future in perpetuity. It's not a 1-year warranty or a 2-year warranty deal. It's forever. Presumably that's important to the neighborhood, and certainly, you know, the neighbors, that it not go away in a year or 2 if you get, you know, pine beetles in or whatever. The 5th point out of these 7 was that if any of those trees die or are cut down in violation of the declaration and the lot owner doesn't replace them as they're obligated to do, the city would have the right to come in and replace them and assess the lot owner for the costs of fixing it. So there's a self-help remedy in favor of the city. I mean, you have other remedies too, but that seems to me the one that would, you know, be most effective probably. 6 is that within the easement area, as mentioned by Carrie, there'd be no construction of buildings. And then 7 is that we have prepared it so that it's a permanent agreement. It will be binding on all future owners of these 3 Warner lots. And we've expanded this so that not only can the city enforce these requirements and prohibitions against the owners of these 3 Warner lots, but so too can the owner of the currently Polad lot and the Gano lot. So if they feel that the obligations under that declaration aren't being met, they would have the right to do something about it.
And I presume there's also, I mean, by making it permanent running with the land, it's recorded.
Right. Okay. Yeah, for sure. So again, we're asking for the approval of variance for the front yard setback to 130 feet for each of the 3 lots. Our expectation is that you're going to condition, if you approve the variance, that you would condition that approval on the establishment of this preservation easement as I'm describing it. We are expecting to work with the city attorney and with some input from the Polads and the Ganos Council to finalize that easement document. There might be a little tweaking of it, but I've given you the heart of it, I think. And so that's that. I wanted to make sure you understood what the preservation easement was all about, and I think I've covered it pretty adequately. What I'd like to do now is turn over the podium to John Adams, who can then walk you through a little bit with a little more detail than maybe Carrie did, the plan itself, the trees and the screening. So I've kind of set the stage on what the preservation easement is supposed to include as far as obligations and prohibitions, and then John will tell you a little bit more about exactly what we're going to do as far as plantings and why we think that maybe makes some good sense for everybody.
All right, before you go away, Mr. Carpenter,
Yep.
let me just see if there's any questions from the
Sure.
Commission. Commissioner Potts.
Thank you. This may seem like a small point, but relative to an irrigation system,
Yep.
I don't see any need to stipulate that as part of a preservation easement, so long as the plants are established and
Yeah, right.
it'll be replaced.
We've been trying to work with the Polads and the Ganos pretty closely on what they thought would be important, and that was one of the requests that they made, that we put in an irrigation system, and I don't think it'll hurt, and hopefully helps. So that was part of the reason why we put that in.
Well, perhaps to distinguish between a permanent or temporary irrigation system until the landscape is established, if that's...
We'd be, happy to
if it's
take
acceptable.
that lead.
That's my comment.
Yeah, I mean, the key is that we get those trees in and keep them healthy, I guess. Right. Yep.
Other questions? Commissioner Platter.
I was looking at this, the preservation easement at the rear. Are you proposing any preservation easement at the front of these properties? There's, a lot of trees in those areas, or what? Are you proposing anything with that?
We're not. I think the thought is that we're going to design these lots so that the driveways weave their way through. This was shown to a degree, well, again, it's not up, but on the drawing that we presented. And John, in a moment, can kind of walk you through that a little bit more with the plan in front of you. But we've ID'd those trees, and they're on the plan, and our expectation is to preserve absolutely as many as we can. Without knowing exactly where the driveways will go, we're reluctant, I guess, to
Sure,
say, they're all going to be preserved. I think the other point to be made on that is we're going to hope to sell these lots to people, and I think that having a group of mature trees in the front lawn is a selling point and wouldn't be, I think, expected for somebody to come in and cut those down. But
I'm just afraid.
short answer
Though.
we didn't include it, and the
Can you?
proposal was to run along the edges.
Once you have the road in, can you designate those? Wherever you're going to run the road, at least for the front areas. From Merrill Lane.
Yeah. Well, it'd be more of a tree, just simply a tree preservation concept, but we really hadn't yet, until you just asked, been asked to do that, so I'm not sure if that's something that would work for us or not. Again, it's, something that's possible, but not as part of our application currently.
Yeah, I totally get you, you're gonna run a road through there, but
Yeah.
if, after that's gone through and worked out, what's left,
Mhm.
what's maintained and preserved
Yeah.
after that is my point.
Yeah, I guess that part of it maybe gets a little driven by the fact that I don't think the city has a tree preservation ordinance, as I recall, and I guess it's been a little off our radar.
You're asking for a variance, so that's why I bring it up,
Yeah.
so.
Mhm.
All right, further questions for Mr. Carpenter? All right, thank you, Mr. Carpenter.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Adams?
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. I'm going to give you a copy of a letter I sent out to the neighbors along with a site plan and aerial showing the parties that I sent this letter to, and it also shows their setback from the street and their acreages, and their names and addresses are on that map also. So I kind of took the 11 properties that were right around the property and did a mailing to them. And I'll reference that here in a couple minutes. The request by the City Council to apply for variances to the front yard setback was to avoid the clustering on top of the hill that was created by the builders of the Polad and Gino houses, building so far back on their respective lots. And actually, the concept did develop here that night. And I forget the commissioner that brought it up, but was that you? Yes. I contacted Gary Kramer to engage a landscape design firm to develop a landscape screening plan for the preservation easement areas. Gary hired Scott Ritter, owner of Topo Landscape, to develop a site plan. Scott has done a number of projects in the Rolling Green neighborhood and has an outstanding reputation. And Scott's sitting right here, so he can answer any questions you might have later after you see the site plan renderings, etc. And maybe, Carrie, can you put up on the screen Scott's site plan for me? We spent quite a lot of effort seeking neighborhood input to our plans. I contacted Mike and Sandy Gino and Mary Polad and offered to meet with them to discuss the landscaping plan to provide screening between their homes from the new homes to be built on lots 1 and 3. More on that in a second. I also wrote a letter to the other neighbors on October 8th, the letter I just gave you, inviting to meet with them to discuss any input they might have with regards to the streetscape. I received only 2 responses from the other neighbors, complaining that we should only be doing 2 lots and not 3. Notwithstanding that both these neighbors own lots that are smaller than any of our 3 lots, and their homes are over twice as close to the street as our proposed 130 setbacks, the fact is the city has already approved 3 lots subject to conditions, so those objections do not seem pertinent to this variance. We did devote quite a lot of time and expense trying to work out with Mary Polad and Gino's a plan we think works very well for them. More specifically, I proceeded to schedule our first meeting with Mary Polad for October 28th, as Mary and Tom Owens were unable to meet until then. In attendance at this meeting were Mary Polad, Tom Owens, Charlie Carpenter, Gary Kramer, president and owner of John Kramer and Sons, and if you recall, we are under contract for lots 1 and 2 with Gary Kramer, subject to receiving our final plat approval. And Scott and Lorelei Ritter, the owners of Topo, were also at that meeting. This meeting was about 2.5 hours long, consisting of reviewing Scott Ritter's first proposed landscape screening plan at the table and then outside. Mary Polad and Tom Owens provided detailed input to the plans and what the restrictions they wanted for the preservation easement area. Scott Ritter made the changes requested by Mary and Tom and developed his second site plan. The next day, October 29th, we had a similar meeting for about 2.5 hours with Mike and Sandy Gino to review the revised site plan number 2. Sandy Gino was having a difficult time deciding what type of trees she wanted planted for screening. The Warners agreed to pay for a second meeting between Scott Ritter and Sandy Gino for another 2.5 hours to get further input and help Sandy make some decisions. Scott Ritter modified the landscape plans to the third revised plan that is in front of you tonight and is up on the screen. The Ganos subsequently have asked for further changes to the plan, which do not appear on that plan before tonight, which I would anticipate being able to work out with them. In regard to the easement document, which controls the restrictions in the preservation easement areas, Charlie Carpenter prepared a draft and sent it to both the city attorney and Tom Owens on November 4th. As Charlie mentioned, he and the city attorney worked out some revisions, and the city attorney approved the documents on November 7th. Tom Owens was sent the revised document that was approved by the city attorney on November 7th. We received his requested changes to the easement documents yesterday at about 6:45 p.m. And I would anticipate, again, being able to work those minor tweaks and details out with Mr. Owens that he's requested. I don't see any huge obstacles, but there are a few minor things we still need to work through. At this point, we think what we're proposing is a great plan, which includes almost everything Mary Polad and the Ganos asked for in our meetings. These include replacing 10-foot arborvitae hedge on the Ganos property along their driveway with 30 12-foot arborvitaes to provide better screening, with the caveat that the Ganos will allow us to access their property to replace their arborvitae hedge. And if you look on the site plan over on Gano's side, you'll see kind of that dark black line. That is actually on the Gano property. It runs right along their driveway. And by getting that screening closer to the Gano house, it's more effective. And so that was how Scott and Sandy came up with that idea, and I think it's a very good one, and we'll provide them some real good screening, and so we've agreed to do that. We've agreed to install a retaining wall as kind of a low area right on the lot line, right off the Gano driveway. So we've agreed to install a retaining wall and fill a low area next to Gano's driveway so we can achieve a better height for the trees to be planted behind the wall of arborvitae, with the same caveat that the Ganos allow access to do the work. We've currently got on the site plan 4 20-foot maples, and the Ganos have requested that we change out those 4 maples to 6 16 by 18 Norway spruces, and then we would take 2 of the spruces off of lot 2 and have 3 of those spruces on lot 2 with 6 to replace that those 4 maples, which if you look at the planting of these 4, we agreed to plant 4 20-foot tall Sienna Glen maples that would be replaced by these spruces. We'd be planting 3 then Norway spruces, 16 to 18 feet in height, in the preservation easement area on lot 2. And if you look at the middle, you can kind of see the back of lot 2 on the existing house. So we'd be doing 3 Norway spruces there instead of the 5 that is currently shown. We'd also be planting 4 16 to 18 foot Norway spruces on the and 6 18 to 20 foot Norway spruces in the preservation easement area on lot 3 next to Mary Ganos, and you can kind of see those on the blackened side of lot 3, which would be on the bottom of the screen. Even though Gary Kramer was very reluctant to allow swimming pools or sport courts, to not allow swimming pools or sport courts in the preservation easement areas, I got him to agree to restrict the preservation easement areas to no structures, no pools, sport courts, tennis courts, and no lighting except for landscape lighting not to exceed 2 feet above grade. The primary exceptions to that prohibition would be fences and retaining walls that comply with the city code. I feel confident that there are a few minor changes that we can work out with the Ganos and Mary Polad prior to the December 3rd council meeting. We hope you'll see that we've provided a great deal of protection for the neighbors and approve our requested variance on the basis of the plan before you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Any questions? Or
Questions for Mr. Adams? So I have one question that I also asked to Carrie, but you may be able to give us what you know about it, just in terms of anticipated building pads within this. We're kind of carving out a new buildable area with this proposed variance that is outside the preservation easement and then all the way down to 130 feet from the front of the property. Is there anything you can tell us about what you anticipate would be the building pad on there? Is that for parcels 1 and 3, or is that
when I created those, and I was the one that created those preservation easement areas, I went from a 10-foot side yard setback to 25, ran it all the way down to the street per the request at the council meeting. And then I also took the rear yard setback, which is 25 feet, from a line drawn across at that is 30 feet in width. So when you have a pie lot, like 2 of our lots are, you come to the point where you've got 30 feet of width, and then you go 25 feet, and that's your ordinance for rear yard setback. We increased that to 60, so I moved that another 35 feet from the rear. The middle lot, which is 30 feet at the back, we moved that to 60 feet, and the other 2 were also moved 35 feet.
and then on the other end, how did you settle on the 130 feet?
The 130 feet seemed like well, first of all, it was a number that would have been the front yard setback ordinance under your previous ordinance, number 1.
One of the
Number 2,
alternatives, anyway, sure.
it's the average of the front yard setbacks on our side of the street from Interlochen Boulevard to the cul-de-sac on Mary Lane. The setbacks on the other side of the street are significantly less. If you look at that map, you'll see some as little as 25 feet. A lot of them are 25, they're 35, they're 45. So we took the average on the same side of the street and felt that that was a really good number to go with, and it's going to provide a minimum of, I think Kerry noted in his staff report that it's 72 to 75 feet of spacing from the Gano and Polat house. And on our site plan, you can even see that we've got those spacings at over 100 feet in both cases, if the houses got located in the places that are shown on that site plan. Those are houses that got built that Scott Ritter actually put onto the site plan in the building pads. So those are actual houses.
And I see that, and I appreciate the illustration of it. What I want to be clear with people about is that we're creating a buildable area, and it doesn't have to be that building pad. That's just an illustration of one way you could do it.
Correct.
Okay, and you don't know anything more about what the plans are for
well,
how the building would go
we
on.
have been working with a couple buyers as end users. I think there's some pretty good interest, but nobody really is going to commit to anything
Sure.
until we have a final plat approval.
And I only bring it up because it's as I said earlier, it's a little bit of an unusual situation. We don't
Right.
usually grant these variances for
Right.
a new buildable area. I get that this, unusual circumstances create unusual remedies. So
Right.
it may be appropriate here, but I just thought if there was some intelligence on that, I would gather it at this point. Other questions for Mr. Adams? Commissioner Potts.
I'm very comfortable with the buffering you've provided on the east edge of this property. Question about these, suggested lots 1 and 3 being built out. You've also shown some trees being removed as part of that.
Correct.
I think those are the dashed lines.
Correct.
And it looks like that identifies the minimum number of trees that'd be removed in this kind of hypothetical scenario.
Correct.
But in actuality, somebody could remove every tree from their front lawn and have a turf lawn, which would dramatically change the appearance of the property.
I have discussed that with Gary Kramer, and Gary and I both, being pretty market-sensitive guys, myself on the real estate side, him on the building side, just would not see a buyer of these lots wanting to take down trees. They wouldn't be buying the lots if they were wanting to remove and clear cut a bunch of the trees. So he is most certainly going to do what he can to ensure that I mean, he's got a huge reputation in Rolling Green, and the last thing he wants to see happen is for him to build a house for somebody that clear cuts one of those lots, because it will not bode well for him in the neighborhood. So I think he will have that discussion with the end user buyer and make sure that they're pretty committed to saving as many of the mature trees as possible. So.
Yeah, so I certainly hope that's the case, but I
Yeah.
wanted to reiterate the point that Commissioner Platter brought up, and as
Right.
a note to council, we should probably consider some sort of tree protection ordinance in the city. Thank you.
Yeah, Kramer did say one other thing, that the improvements sometimes will disturb, if you built at the 130 line and you had a foundation at the 130 line, that the improvements could disturb root systems another approximately 10 feet. But from the 110, 120 area down to the street that's not in the driveway, he will be pretty insistent with that buyer to, I mean, we're not going to legally bind that buyer, but that we want those, that it's just going to be good for the buyer's reputation, Gary's reputation, everybody's reputation to be preserving those trees. But yes, and yes. So Kramer's going to eventually, we are not under contract on Lot 3 with them at this time, but we do have a verbal meeting of the minds. So he's also got, he can't, it's not going to help him to get in users on the other 2 lots if one of them's clear cut the trees either. So,
Yeah,
and he's
so-
built a house right across the street, and so that client isn't going to be happy if the trees get clear cut either.
Agreed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Anything else from the applicant? All right, thank you for that presentation. We'll move at this point to open the public hearing, and this is the time that we'll ask members of the public who have comments on this particular application to come forward. Please use one of the side podiums, introduce yourself, give us your name and address, and share your thoughts on this application. There's 3 lights on the front. One is green, one is yellow, one is red. So long as it's green or yellow, you're good to go. Once it gets to be yellow, start wrapping up and shut her down by red. Thanks.
Okay. My name is James Ganley. I live at 4704 Mary Lane Avenue. I am one of the lots directly across from lot, I can't remember, the one at the bottom of the screen.
Welcome, Mr. Ganley.
I did respond to the letter from John Adams, and it wasn't just a build to response. I just want that on the record. We actually exchanged a few emails back and forth, and I didn't like that characterization very much. And I also want to make the point that I will own exactly one more lot than the applicant will when this is all done. So the size of my lot, the position of my lot is totally irrelevant. So my home directly faces number 5, and I think the variance request should be turned down. It's going to have a detrimental impact on the character of the neighborhood. The value of the homes adjacent to number 5. It unfairly transfers value from the adjacent residents to the applicant and his developer partner. It impacts the quiet enjoyment of the current residents, and it fails to meet the requirements in Section 810.05 in the zoning code in several aspects. The issue at the heart of this request is that the applicant and the developer's partner attempt to squeeze 3 homes into a plot that can only sensibly be divided into 2. And now we find ourselves trying to contort ourselves by allowing variances for a plot size and shape that just doesn't fit. So when my wife and I purchased our current home, all the houses facing our property were positioned at a great distance from the road, could not be seen when standing out in front of the yard. That was actually an important thing that we talked about when we bought the house. You just see woods. And, I'm glad to hear that the council is kind of cotton on to this issue, because it does strike at the heart of what we're talking about here. So, the zoning laws that you're all very familiar with actually have quite a high standard for plats and subdivisions, and it's very different than a normal variance. And I think it fails on 3 ways, at least. Denying the variance may dent the profit potential for the applicant, but it doesn't create an unusual hardship. The use of the words "only upon finding that an unusual hardship exists" within the code emphasizes the exceptional nature of approving a variance in connection with a subdivision or plat. So the standard is high. It's a high standard. A request for a setback variance does not pass a requirement that is not generally applicable to other properties. It certainly is, and the properties next to them and the ones that are going to be developed, when the short property actually gets developed, may benefit from that as well. So it is starting to change the character of the neighborhood the same way previous decisions affect the character of the neighborhood today. The one point that was not really discussed in the first and second meeting was that that the variance will not result in improved plat, and if granted, will materially alter the character of the land within the plat of the neighborhood, which this certainly does. I think many of you went to go see the lot. It's a wooded lot. Now there's going to be 3 homes sitting on that lot. It's materially different, and as the neighbor facing it, I can tell you that I'm concerned about it. And it has ramifications beyond this specific property. Changing the setbacks creates a domino effect, and utilizing the old rules, in my opinion, is arbitrary. It's just arbitrary. The rules were changed for a reason, and I'm sure a lot of thought went into changing those rules. So just throwing in the new rules as some convenient standard, actually, I don't think is a very sensible thing for the council to do.
Mr. Janley, if you can wrap up.
Sure. Should the council take the unfortunate decision to approve this plot, there will be other issues to consider, and they include the size of the buildable footprint, which I suspect will grow if the variance is granted, the character of the plot, which is now heavily wooded and central to the character of the neighborhood, and the large-scale nature of the development and the ramifications in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who'd like to comment?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tom Owens. I'm a real estate lawyer in Minneapolis, 900 IDS Center, and I appear here representing the adjoining owners, Sandy and Mike Gano and Mary Polad, and I'm here on their behalf to urge you to approve the variances that are before you. Coupled with the planned preservation easements and the planting of extensive screening vegetation, these will provide significant benefits to the immediate owners, who are the parties who are most substantially and adversely affected by the proposed development. I would also like to confirm, as Mr. Carpenter has indicated, that we are working closely with him and his client on the terms of the easement agreement and related arrangements and assurances as to how this will work in the future, and are confident that, fairly confident this can be concluded by early December so that it can come back before the City Council for approval of the final plat, by which time this city and I expect will have completed verification of the minimum lot sizes, about which there's been a little bit of confusion. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Owens? Thank you, Mr. Owens.
Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth O'Neill. I'm at 4913 Rolling Green Parkway. I'm not directly affected by this development. However, I was here for the original discussion when this was first brought in front of the council, and before this matter came up, there was a lengthy discussion from a group in Indian Hills, and a lot of thought was given to how that development, that easement would affect not only the character of the property, but also water and runoffs and the surrounding properties. These properties are on a hill. We're going to be adding driveways. We're going to be adding direct routes for rain runoff. This all drains towards a flood zone. And I think that that's an important consideration that I don't think anyone has brought up, and I just want to have the Planning Council think about that and think about really investigating that and what the effect of that would be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. Other comments from the public? right, seeing no one further, I'd take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. All right, so the public hearing is closed. Before we begin the discussion here, there are a couple of follow-up items. Carrie, Mr. Janley brought up an interesting question with respect to the standard. Can you shed some light on whether the subdivision variance standard is different than the subdivision or than the zoning code variance standard?
It is. I believe he was quoting from Section 810 of the ordinance, which is our subdivision.
And so what is then the standard that we should be applying here if it's not the zoning code practical difficulties standard?
Yeah, the three criteria that you need to consider is, first being, will the proposal relieve practical difficulties that prevent reasonable use from complying with the ordinance requirement? And that was the practical difficulty in staff's belief is caused by the existing location of the existing homes on either side.
Well, and I understand that, and I've reviewed your memo and see the three criteria. Practical difficulties, the circumstances unique to the property that aren't self-created, as well as maintaining the essential character of the neighborhood. Those are the ones that we use in our zoning code, and I guess what I heard Mr. Janley raising was the prospect that there's a different standard to be applied, a higher bar, if you will, for us to meet in granting a variance from a subdivision. And is it? I mean, maybe the answer is that this is a zoning code, not a subdivision code variance.
Correct. That's
so
correct.
The subdivision's already been granted, and so we're applying, with this front setback, we're going to be applying the zoning code standard, which is the practical difficulty standard.
That's correct, and there were no variances to the subdivision.
All right. Okay. And Ms. O'Neill brought up stormwater and drainage, a topic near and dear to our hearts. What can you tell us about what would need to happen in, let's assume that the three houses get built there. How is this going to lay out in terms of stormwater and drainage and the like?
Yeah, this, as part of the plat, will require approval from the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District. So any standards that they would apply would need to be met. And then also, when each individual lot is proposed for a home, under our new ordinance now, the drainage plans have to be done by a licensed engineer. And again, that would be reviewed at the time of a building permit by the city engineer.
Okay. Other questions or thoughts from the commission? Ben. Commissioner Kilberg.
I just had a question after reviewing these and after the public comment. I saw specifically in Lot 2 that some of the driveways had come into the preservation easement. So is it my understanding that in this preservation easement, you will still be allowing impervious surfaces, even though you're restricting things such as landscape lighting and other things? So, for example, if in Lot 3 someone wanted to have their driveway run along the south side of their lot into that preservation, could they do that? Could they shift around those trees and say, you know what, even though this is a preservation easement, I'm putting my impervious surface here. It's not prohibited legally. Is that true?
That's frankly a pretty good question. We haven't talked about it. If the house on Lot 2 gets remodeled, and I have talked to Gary Kramer about that, he would take the garage off and relocate it, and he would take this porch off and relocate it because they aren't in very good places. And so the driveway would also get relocated. But I'm sure that's something that Mr. Owens and Mr. Carpenter will be talking about. So, no, it's actually not something we have talked about, but it's a good point, and we should address it.
So it's assumed that as it stands now, if it was approved, someone could place a driveway in the preservation?
Probably. I know in the current document it's not addressed. We do permit for patios and walking paths and landscape lighting not to exceed 2 feet above grade, and also fencing per the city code and retaining walls per the city code. So those are the I don't know, Charlie, would it prevent a driveway? I don't know, Charlie can prevent.
Right now, it's not addressed, but I think the reason maybe we didn't address it was because we were focusing on sort of the screening, buffering aspect. And so if a driveway could be woven, if it catches the edge of that easement area, but doesn't, cause one of the trees we're committing to protect to fail or be cut or anything like that, I guess I didn't see that would really impact the purpose of the preservation easement. I mean, this is not a scenic, natural preservation, conservation easement like you might have on the bluff of the St. Croix. It's really intended to mean we're putting in trees, we're keeping trees, and you can't build homes. And that's kind of the extent of it, really. So that's why we didn't address it. We could, but I'm not sure that really goes to why we were generating the easement in the first place. So.
Okay, thank you.
So there is currently a driveway in what would be the preservation easement on Lot 2.
Correct. I've got Mr. Ritter here works with Mr. Kramer, and we can commit to no driveways in the preservation easement area.
At least on 1 and 3.
On
There's one.
all 3 lots. We take the existing driveway out,
Oh,
so there'd be no, we will commit to no driveways in the preservation easement area. So that's
Okay.
a very good point.
good catch, Commissioner Kilberg. Commissioner Forrest.
I'd like some clarification procedurally. At this point, the city council has approved a preliminary plat, is the way it's portrayed here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the purpose for that? Because part of their approval was a condition that the applicant must then apply for a variance for the front yard setbacks. What would happen if they weren't granted the variance?
It's a condition of granting the final plat approval.
So, okay.
So as I understand it, they granted the preliminary plat approval and had 2 conditions of final plat approval. One was verifying this area issue that you mentioned.
Yep.
And the second was that variances
Be applied
sought?
for. Right.
Okay.
So there's no guarantee that they get approved.
Right.
That's what I was wondering. So they can still decide after this whether or not they want that to be necessary, because it doesn't say it has to be, the variances have to be approved for the final plat approval, though.
Right,
But
I
it
think,
probably would be.
and I think Mr. Owens mentioned the timing issue, because it's going to then have to come back around to the council for a final plat approval.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out for sure what we were doing here, so thank you.
Other questions or comments? Commissioner Carr.
I just wanted to comment. I think that because of well, first of all, there has been a preliminary plat approval. I don't think the variance alters the essential character of the neighborhood. The setback is in line with the setbacks, I believe that's the east side of the road. So that's consistent. I think there are some circumstances unique to this property with the Polad and the Gano property very close to that plat. And I think that the owner has addressed some of the very practical difficulties in developing property on those 3 pie sections. I believe the preservation notice, preservation area, does provide the Polad and Gano properties with some relief, and I would support granting the variances.
Other comments? It sounded almost like a motion. But if there's other comments before I return to Commissioner Carr to encourage her to make a motion. Commissioner Fisher.
I would just say that, when this was before us the first time, we did have a really fascinating discussion about the Indian Hills property, and that didn't feel I went one way on that one and a different way on this one because that one I didn't feel was buildable for 2 lots. This one, frankly, it was buildable for 3 lots. It met all the standards. So to me, that was sort of a foregone conclusion. That's the way the rules are written and the rules were followed. I agreed with the idea of a variance because it felt like, for me, the hardship, it's not about the hardship on these properties, it's actually the neighbor's hardship, which makes this a little different. But truly, there was a hardship based on the rules we had as a city, and it felt like if there was a way to have a relief there, it would make sense. I think the solution really seems to work well. I think it moved away far enough, and with the preservation easement, it effectively deals with the hardship on the backside of the property. So then the neighbor across the street who spoke, Mr. Gainley, who spoke tonight, I appreciate that there is an effect, but the 130 feet is very consistent. It's still, if you think about it in the scheme of the neighborhood, it still achieves the character of the neighborhood, I believe. It's not exactly how it was before, but what we're really trying to do here is balance the interests of all property owners. So, the owners of this property have certain rights, given the size of their property and what everyone else can do with that size of property, just as the neighbors around it. And I think as close as we can get through all the machinations of this discussion, I think we're able to achieve a pretty good situation for everyone. Or if everyone's just a little unhappy, maybe that works too. So I am in favor of it.
Commissioner Carr.
One other comment I had is because with the discussions today, they haven't finalized the details on the preservation easement. Fine details, but they're still negotiating with the neighbors. Perhaps as an additional condition to our approval, we would add that the preservation easement details be finalized at the time that it goes back to the City Council, and that those be presented to the City Council and approved.
Commissioner Scherer.
And we could also add, as the proponent has agreed, that there would not be any driveways in the preservation easement area.
All right, sounds like we're warming up to a motion. Who wants to make it? Commissioner Carr.
I move that we approve the variances subject to staff conditions and the condition that the details of the preservation easement be finalized and presented to the City Council for final review and approval, and further that the preservation easement include a statement that there can be no driveway access within that easement.
Is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The motion passes. So the variances are granted, Carrie?
They are subject to approval of the final plat.
Correct. All right. Because these are residential, so it's not a recommendation to the council. All right. Next item on the agenda is a variance for Beth Malmberg, 2 Bridge Lane, Edina, Minnesota. Chris.
Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission, the subject property is located at 2 Bridge Lane. It's a corner lot. The front of the property, or the front of the house, faces Bridge Lane with the side street along Towns Road. Here's an aerial photograph showing the positioning of the house. What you'll notice is that there are homes facing Bridge Lane and also homes facing Towns Road. This property is in the unfortunate position of having to provide 2 front yard setbacks. And as you can see, the house that is directly to the north is much further back than they are on the lot. They're actually 62 feet back from the front lot line. The subject home, the closest corner, is approximately 15 feet. Here's a little closer view. This is the house as it appears today. This property was for sale. Most of the calls that I got inquiring about it was for a tear-down rebuild. The people that purchased the home are intending on leaving the front of the house looking very much the same. They are proposing to add on to the back of it where the garage is currently, and this is the east elevation that's facing Towns Road. It has the garage directly loading off of Towns Road. They would replace the garage and the second floor area with living space, and then behind the garage you see there's an attached shed. The shed actually will be the location of a new mudroom, and then they will have a north-facing garage that, again, will load off of Towns Road. Here are a few views along the street, along Towns Road. This is the property that's directly to the west, fronting Bridge Lane. Both properties are sort of up a hill. This property is a little bit higher than the subject property. And then this is the house to the north, again, elevated from Towns Road. This is a survey of the property as it exists today. You'll notice that it's further back from Bridge Lane. However, it's 15 feet along Towns Road. You can see the front corner of that house to the north at 62 feet. That establishes their required setback along Towns Road. So virtually the entire house is non-conforming. This area highlighted in yellow is the addition to the building footprint. They're proposing to add on a garage in the location of where there was a storage area next to the existing garage. They'd be connecting that with a mudroom. They'll be increasing the living space here just a little bit, but again, maintaining that existing non-conforming setback that's along Towns Road. Here's another view of that site plan. This shows you the required setback along Towns Road. So the lot is virtually unbuildable given the required setbacks. This is the existing home, all 3 levels, and then from the different views as it exists today. This is the proposed addition. Again, the mudroom off the back, which would be crawl space, unexcavated garage behind the house. The remainder of the existing house will pretty much stay the same in terms of footprint, as will the first floor with the exception of the mudroom and garage extension. And then the second floor, this is the area that actually is the portion that would be added on above that existing garage area. Here's the view from the front. Again, not really so different at all from what's there right now. The only thing you'll really perceive from Bridge Lane is the garage, which does get closer to that side yard. There's a 6-foot side yard setback that they're providing. They could actually be 5 feet away with the garage. This is the new north elevation, so the garage door would be facing north, so it would be a turn-in driveway into the garage. These are the new side elevations, the west side and both the east side elevation. West side conforms to the ordinance requirements. The east side, this would be the new elevation that would be along Towns Road. The house and that little storage area next to the garage end right about here, and then the garage is added towards the back. Again, here's the difference between the existing east elevation along the side street. The new east elevation, ridge line of the house stays the same. The garage steps down in this location, which would be going towards the north. The primary issue is the proposed development reasonable for the site. The proposed use is permitted in the R1 single dwelling unit district. It does meet all the ordinance requirements with the exception of the setback along Towns Road. The addition to the home is appropriate in size and scale for the lot. You'll notice if you go back looking at the lot, it's very wide towards the front, which is not very practical because that's their front yard. As you go further into the back, the lot keeps narrowing to a very narrow rear yard, so there's very limited opportunity to add anything on. The improvements will provide reasonable use of the lot that was unbuildable given the existing location of the house that's to the north, and the addition simply matches the existing nonconforming setback that was set up in 1937 when the house was built. There were no variances indicated in the file when the house was originally built. Staff does support the request as submitted. Approval of a variance should be subject to the following conditions: that the home must be constructed as per the proposed plans that are in front of you this evening that were done October 25th, 2013. And with that, I will stop and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chris. Questions for Ms. Acker? Seeing none, thanks. Is the applicant present? Come on up, introduce yourself, and tell us a little bit about your project. Good evening.
Design build, so we've worked in
Welcome,
these
Ms.
areas
Malberg.
quite a bit. Thank you very much. My clients are here, Chris and Aaron Newkirk, wanted to be a part of this decision making and be able to provide whatever they can, but I am the applicant. Yeah, it's a unique situation. We've not come across this before, where we have homeowners who newly purchased in this area are thrilled to be part of the neighborhood and maintain the character of the home. We come with a reputation of 37 years of working in this area, both doing remodeling as well as restoration of old homes. We're very excited to be working with these clients who are, again, very dedicated to the community, love the character and the charm of this home, and are trying to maintain that in terms of what happens on the interior and especially the exterior. The unique situation is that based on the existing setback that's established by the home on towns, we really have a very, very, very minute eave that fits into that buildable.
You weren't able to get a new house into that triangle?
No, we couldn't do anything with that. Barely the size of a bathroom, we were saying, when we first kind of discovered how this lot is situated and what can happen. So this home was built in 1937, as was mentioned. The home north of it on Towns Road was built in 39, so it's not something that has changed since the home was originally built. The home on the north actually came after this home. And so our current setback is 15 feet if we do consider Towns Road a side yard setback versus a front yard setback. And that's our request. I guess I open to any questions you may have. I think it's fairly straightforward, and again, a lot of time and effort has been put in with the clients to try and create something that's very favorable to the neighborhood. I should note also that we had sent out packets to all of the neighbors, including notes from the homeowners. Hopefully you've got that in your packets as well. We've only received 3 responses, each of them very favorable and welcoming them to the neighborhood.
Terrific. Thank you, Ms. Malberg, and thank you to the Newkirks for being here this evening.
Yeah.
Questions for Ms. Malberg? Commissioner Carr.
Just a quick question on the driveway. I'm confused about the driveway, the new driveway that's going into the home.
Yes.
Where does the driveway end? Or it's not going to the edge of the property line, is it? It's unclear. One diagram shows blue, and then the driveway is in white. And that
You know
seems
what?
to go to the edge of the property line.
Are you looking at the one that's been highlighted?
Yes.
Very perceptive, and that's an error in terms of what's been highlighted.
Okay.
That should be done in the blue or green
Okay.
or whatever, indicating that that's lot. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see, where it goes to the
Yeah,
adjacent property.
right.
Okay. Very good. Other questions for Ms. Malberg? All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
At this point, we'll open the public hearing. If there's any members of the public who would like to comment on this application, this would be the time to come forward and introduce yourself, give us your name and address, and you have 3 minutes to share any thoughts on this application.
My name is Thomas Wilson.
Welcome, Mr.
Live
Wilson.
in White Oaks, 4707 Towns Road. That is right across the street from the property in question. And just to start out with, I didn't understand your response to where the driveway would be, the new driveway.
So I think what she was saying was that the driveway is as it's shown on the plans, but there is a portion that seems to suggest that it would continue all the way to the neighboring property on Bridge, and in fact that's not correct. The driveway stops adjacent to the garage there. But otherwise, the driveway is the same.
Okay, I said there were two drawings that differ in terms of where the driveway was. The painted in green drawing was earlier, 11th of October, and then
maybe
the drawing of
Chris or Carrie, maybe we even put it
15th
on
of October was significantly different, I think.
So it might be helpful to put it on the overhead so that we can make sure we understand what Mr. Wilson's pointing out here. If there's two different drawings, maybe we put them side by side to be able to see that.
This is the other one, huh?
Oh, I see. So that was similar to what Commissioner Carr had raised. You know, I don't usually do this, but Ms. Malmberg, can you come up and tell us which one's the right one? Which one is the real plan?
The one that is highlighted
The blue
is
one?
the current plan. Yep, and that is what has also been submitted for permit.
So what is the other one?
I can't hear you, ma'am.
Oh, I apologize. I feel like I should come over to my. This is the current drawing and what is proposed to be constructed. Thank you.
So the one that's highlighted in blue, what is the other one that Mr. Wilson was pointing out, the one next to it?
This was an original.
That's an existing or?
That
No.
was the later one.
Not an
The highlighted one was early in the 13th and 15th. This is 11th of October was the highlighted one, the 15th of October.
Yeah.
This is the one that is proposed.
So you're saying
to be
the
built.
one, so I get Mr. Wilson's point. He's
I do
saying that
too.
there's one dated the 15th of October and there's one dated the 11th of October. What you're telling us is the 11th of October is the proposed
Is our
layout.
accurate site plan, yes.
Okay. So Mr. Wilson, are you square on that now? She's saying not the 15th, but the 11th is the site plan that's being proposed. That's a good catch. So given that, I'm sorry I interrupted you, but I thought it was a good way for us to clarify that point.
My time already.
Why don't you go ahead and finish whatever else you had to say? I used most of your time, so.
I want everybody to understand, I've lived there for almost 44 years. I've never said anything or never thought anything against the existing house on 2 Bridge Lane. And I have no fault with it. I never had any fault with the neighbors, the 2 neighbors who lived there in the 44 years that I have been there. As far as apparently the variance is on the amount of property or the footprint, it's supposed to be 25%. Is this correct?
So the variance is because the part that they're adding is actually technically too close to Towns Road. And the problem is that almost the entire property, if you follow the technical requirements, almost the entire property is too close to Towns Road for building. And so they're asking, the existing house is in the setback, and they're asking to add the garage and another smaller part as an addition.
With a, again,
But they're not going any closer to the street than the existing house is going.
no, but in terms of the footprint, lot coverage, well, I'm not familiar with how you call it. They're proposing a 22%
They are proposing a 22% lot coverage, but they're permitted to have 25%.
Okay, but as I understand it, the architect did not. I mean, he has outlined the two patios that are one on the southeast corner and one sort of on the northeast corner of the house itself. If they exceed 150 square feet, they are added to the footprint. Is that correct?
It's a good question. Is your concern whether they're exceeding the lot coverage?
Yeah.
Okay. So why don't we take that question, and I can follow up with Mr. Teague after the public testimony, and we can straighten out whether that is. So I hear you expressing concern that the property as built not exceed the lot coverage.
Okay. As far as the side lots, this type of thing, and we all agree that it's not buildable by current standards. The house across the street on the south side of 2 Bridge Lane has setbacks on 3 sides, adequate setbacks on 3 sides, so that the property at 2 Bridge Lane is very distinctly different, from the other properties and from the property to the north of it there. And with the regulations or the with Edina's plans for setback, it should be like a 60-foot setback, as I understand it. But granted, the existing house doesn't make it. But I can't see any reason why we should just totally negate the standards for setback and continue out another 25 feet.
Okay.
So
I understand. So your concern is that it's already encroaching in the setback, and why should we have some more encroach into the setback?
Yes.
All right.
And also the loss of green space, the turnaround, all of those things that make a very different appearance.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
You.
Other comments?
Hello, my name is Mrs. Harry Johnson, Judith Johnson, and we haven't had a chance to meet, so hello to both of you, Aaron and Chris. My husband and I are the neighbors to the north, so we have a concern, of course, about what is going on. But we feel that the addition really looks quite wonderful. And we love the partial columns, we love the shutters, we love the flower boxes. And I have always been a proponent that the divine is in the details. So we really like your concern for following the rest of the house. But we do have some questions about tree removal. If any trees are going to be, there are 2 wonderful pine trees, and we notice that there are 2 pine trees on either side of the driveway. Are those the pine trees that are there? And then there's a wonderful oak tree that's in front of the garage right now, so to be your family room, if that's going to be removed. And then there's a question about the retaining wall. If it said that part of it was going to be reworked, but is the rest of it going to be removed? Actually, I think it should be removed, but I wanted to talk to you about that. And how far is the driveway from our lot line? And of course, this truly impacts our house, as you can well imagine. So we are wondering what your plans are for screening out the driveway and your property, because we're not terribly crazy about looking into the garage from our property, as you might well be aware. But we would very much like it if the line of technies that have been started by, what would it be, 4 Bridge Lane, just could be extended down the line, down the lot line. And then that would solve the problem. I mean, the setback situation is really crazy. And I am aware of the house, and it needs to be updated for, living in this day and age. I mean, you don't have a family room, you've got to do that. And so what you have proposed, I think, makes sense. But it surely would be nice if you could screen that out. Just continue the line of techniques down. And then if you could just answer the questions about the trees and
we'll follow up on the questions, Ms. Johnson. I just want to confirm you're at 4708 Towns Road?
4708 Towns Road.
Very good.
Directly to the north.
Very good. Thank you for your comments.
Okay.
Other comments from the public? All right, seeing none. Oh, here. Sorry, didn't want to close the door on you too quickly.
Neighbor, and
Hey, just give us your name and address.
Arlene Wilson, 4707 Towns Road. We have had kind of 3 tear-downs in the area and new homes built, additions. And just a concern of mine, I guess because I'm older and shorter, that there have been so many cars on Towns Road, it's kind of a death trap to try to get out of my house and onto Towns Road safely. And I wondered if any of the, during construction, more of the vehicles could be like on Bridge Lane or farther down so that it would be safer to drive in and out of the driveway.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I would take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. All right, so the public hearing is closed. There were a number of questions raised. So Chris, one of the questions was on lot coverage. I think Mr. Wilson was raising a question about what gets included in lot coverage. Can you just give us a quick overview on what gets included and can you verify that 22% is in fact the lot coverage being proposed?
It is, in fact, the lot coverage being proposed. There's a survey that was included in your packets that have impervious surface calculations. So it does include the driveways, it includes the patios, it includes everything that's impervious, and that's at 21.74%. Now, we don't include driveways, we don't include sidewalks. So they're well under their 25%, given the fact that they've included some things in their calculations that they didn't have to.
Very good. So even with an overly broad definition of lot coverage, it still meets it?
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
there was a question raised about tree removal, retaining wall, driveway distance. Ms. Malmberg, maybe you can help us with some of these things. I'm just looking at the plan. It looks like the new curb cut anyway is 44 feet 6 inches from the property line,
That's correct.
at least on the October 11 version of the site plan.
Yes. Well, yes, 44.6 from that back. Officially,
And then, can you speak maybe to, unless you have additional information on the driveway distance?
no, I do
Okay,
not.
so can you speak to the tree removal and any screening that's planned and retaining wall? Those were the other items that Ms. Johnson had been
Yes.
raising.
The story we were told that the original homeowner of this property had these 5 oaks planted, 2 in front, flanking that front sidewalk, the one that's on the other side setback, the west side setback, and then the 2 others at the corner of the house and the corner of what's now the garage near our mudroom. Those 5 will all be retained. They are significant trees. The homeowner wanted to do that, so not only were we struggling with a very strange setback requirement, but also trying to maintain these major trees. In back, you'll see that does indicate the 2 pine trees as well by the driveway. And part of why you've seen multiple driveway conversations is there has been some conversation with permitting regarding the grade and what can be created there.
So the 2 16-inch trees on either side of the driveway?
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about? Okay.
Those are existing.
And
so
then,
no trees are being removed.
and then there's another tree in the northeast corner of the property?
Yes.
And that would stay as well?
And I'm not even sure. I think that's a maple, but I'm not sure.
Okay. And is there any plan for, is there any retaining wall work or any plan for additional screening?
There is going to be some significant landscape changes. I don't want to say significant, but if you saw the photos of the home and how you approach it, it's almost confusing to know which side of the home you're supposed to be approaching. I would say the major push of landscaping is to create more of a welcoming approach to the front of the house.
Which
But
would be the front on Bridge or the front on Towns?
We like to say the front on Bridge.
All right.
But no, that's a fair question. There will be some changes to our current retaining wall in order to cut in the driveway. And as far as making plans for new retaining walls there out of other materials to enhance landscaping, that plan has not been developed.
Okay.
But again, we're right now in the process in conjunction with variants of talking to permitting about our grade and the driveway that we're creating.
Well, and I know as well, to Ms. Johnson's point, you know, the very reason that we're here is that house is set back 62 feet, so it's not, their house isn't the same distance from the street as your garage is. So if there was screening there, it's not directly behind the garage, it's probably off side yard and backyard.
Correct.
Okay. The only other question, I think those are all that I had for you. Chris, there was a construction safety issue raised, and I wonder if our new kind of construction management plan deals with kind of where people are going to park, or is there a plan that has to be filed, or how does that get managed during the construction process?
Right. We could add a condition that they would have to park on Bridge or on one side or the other of Towns Road. Usually it's managed.
Do they have to file a plan now when they're doing construction?
For parking?
I think that doesn't the new process require it?
Yeah, there are specific requirements for parking as part of a construction management plan that would be required in this instance.
So that would take place as a matter of course. Commissioner Fisher.
And I would suggest that that would be done by people that are more knowledgeable about the patterns in the neighborhood, and for us
Right.
to say what street someone should be parking on for construction, I don't think would be a good idea.
But I think it's one of those improvements that we have made, and Mrs. Wilson made a point about it. I think it's a fair point, but the good news is we've got some things in place to manage that better now. Okay, other questions or comments? I don't know if anyone has other questions for Ms. Malmberg. All right, so we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Comments from the Commission? Commissioner Carr.
I just want to say I'm delighted to see an old home being preserved. There's so many tear downs, and it's nice to see someone appreciate the homes built in the 30s. Adds to the character of the neighborhood, and I think it's a good plan, and I would approve the variance.
Do you want to make that a motion? Or Commissioner Platter, maybe you want to make a motion?
I just want to make a comment. I'm so glad you're keeping all the trees. Appreciate that someone's looking out for that versus just springing things apart. And especially in this neighborhood, I don't live too far away, and there's just been too many tear downs. Not that I'm opposed to tear downs necessarily, but I've just gone and cleaned out all the trees, which is disappointing. So with that, I would make a motion to approve it, subject to the staff findings that are noted in our packet.
Is there a second? Further discussion? Commissioner Potts.
Mr. Chair, I just point out, again, I also very much support the reuse of an existing home and remodeling, and along with all the recognizable benefits, there will be significantly less construction traffic due to the fact they're not tearing something down, bringing in concrete trucks to pour a new foundation. I think that'll make the whole process go more smoothly for the neighbors, as well as having a very nice house when they're done.
Yeah, good point. All right, further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. All right, so the motion is granted, and you have your variance. Congratulations, and good luck going forward. Next up is item 7C, a variance, Brady Priest, 4401 Country Club Road, Edina. We just bring people together.
Are we ready? This is also a front yard setback variance request for 4401 Country Club Road. The property is located south of Country Club Road, as highlighted. It happens to be the closest to the street among the ones that are fronting the south side of Country Club Road. They're kind of in a spoked pattern. The lots are wider in the front. They narrow towards the back. Many of the homes have garages that are loading off of an alleyway that's behind. This property, however, has their garage loading directly off of Country Club Road. There's a little more detailed view of the aerial photograph. This is the property as it exists today from the front, the house that's directly to the west, and the house that's directly to the east. This is a survey of the existing property. As you can see, this corner is quite close relative to the other two homes on either side. The required front yard setback is actually established by the homes on either side. What they are proposing to do is adding 5 feet onto the width of the garage by a 19.5-foot addition. It's a very small addition. It's under 100 square feet. But it does allow for the storage of 2 cars. Currently, from the front view, it may look like it's a 2-car garage, but it really isn't. It's a 1.5-car garage. The problem they run into is if this were any other situation where they had an existing nonconforming setback, they could match it without any problem because the encroachment wouldn't be more than 200 square feet. However, because of the angle of the house and the curvature of the lot line in front, the corner of the garage gets closer to the street as you extend it further towards the side yard. They are also proposing to add on to the dormer that's on top of the garage, which meets all of the ordinance requirements. This would be the new east elevation, showing that garage expansion to allow additional storage in the garage. And again, here's a floor plan view of that. It's not a very large addition, however, it does require a front yard setback variance. This would be the master bath addition on the second floor that does not require a variance. And then just kind of a side view, structural details. There was a certificate of appropriateness that was issued for the property. This is in the Historic Country Club District. It was reviewed by the Heritage Preservation Board on October 8th and approved. So they have already looked at it. They determined that it is appropriate. The Planning Commission a number of years ago required that if there is a variance that requires a certificate of appropriateness, that the Historic Preservation Board review the proposal before the variance request. So there has been the certificate of appropriateness issued. However, it is subject to variance approval by the Planning Commission. Certainly, staff believes that there is hardship and extenuating circumstances and that it's a reasonable request, and that any approval be conditioned on the plans presented and those that were approved by the Heritage Preservation Board. With that, I will stop and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chris. Questions for Ms. Acker? Thank you. Is the applicant here? Come on forward, introduce yourself, and tell us a little bit about the project.
Hello, I'm Brady Priest, the homeowner.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to be brief.
That's okay.
Thanks. I figured it might be. I'd just say, we bought, it's a cute little house. We love it. There are a couple things we're going to do that we want to do to it. One is making the garage be able to fit 2 cars. We've got a little one. Ingress, egress from the back seats of cars is really important to us, and I'd like to park in the garage rather than on the street. So the 5 feet will let me do that, and then we're adding a master bath upstairs. The person we bought it from owned it for about 28 years, and so they didn't do the making a couple things bigger that we would make bigger. But anyway, we really love the home as it is, and are just kind of within the construct of how it looks, going to make it a little bit bigger so that I don't park on the street.
All right. Very good. Questions for Mr. Priest? Thank you, Mr. Priest.
Thank you.
At this time, I'll open the public hearing. If there are any members of the public here who would like to comment on this application, now is the time to come forward. Seeing none, I would take a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. The public hearing is closed. Comments from the commission. Commissioner Potts.
I think this proposal makes a lot of sense. I would go so far as to move approval based on staff recommendation and findings.
Is there a second?
Second.
Not everybody at once. Further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Congratulations, Mr. Priest. Good luck. All right. Next up is item 7D, preliminary plat, Gretchen Chenite, 5612 Tracy Avenue in Edina. Something here.
Okay, thank you, Chair, members of the Commission. This is another property that I believe you're familiar with. It was reviewed for the subdivision this past summer. It's located at 5612 Tracy Avenue. Proposal is for a 2-lot subdivision. It's located just south of Vernon Avenue at the intersection of Tracy and Hawks Drive. Back in July, the Planning Commission there's an existing single-family home on the property that gains access off Tracy Avenue. You may recall back in July, the Planning Commission recommended approval of this subdivision. One of the conditions was that a shared driveway, utilizing that existing driveway, provide access for both of the homes. The council initially denied the plat, authorized or asked staff to come back with findings for denial. At that meeting, the council referred this back to the Planning Commission. Part of their concern was they didn't believe that the shared driveway was in character with this neighborhood. And so they asked the applicant to revise the plan to have one access off of Hawks. And so they're back this evening based on that recommendation from the City Council. There's no changes that are proposed to the plat. The lot sizes are exactly the same. The only thing that's changing is the proposed access. So with the new revised driveway, they would utilize the existing driveway off Tracy for the front lot, lot number 1. And the second lot to the west would gain access on the west side of the property on Hawks in this location right here. So just to refresh the commission, the specifics of the request, this is a preliminary plat. It does include a number of variances, lot width variances from 80.7 to 80 feet, pretty close there on the lot width. Lot depth variances from 157 feet to 122, and lot area variances from over 17,000 square feet down to 9,800 square feet. So being that these lots are all larger than 9,000 square feet and 75 feet in width, the minimum lot size is established by the medians of all property within 500 feet. And so based on that median, that's where the minimum lot size here is over 17,000 square feet again, and 80.7 feet in width and 157 feet deep. So this is a look at that 500-foot radius. The medians are essentially established by most of the lots on the east side of Tracy, and then some of the larger lots along the lake, this location here. The lots are generally consistent with the more immediate lots to the neighborhood, specifically across the street and to the west. So the primary issue, again here, are the findings for the variance met. And staff and the Planning Commission agreed on the last go-around that the practical difficulty here is that this lot is oversized given the immediate neighborhood. In denying a variance would deny them a use similar to across the street and to the west, lots similar in size. We believe that the variances are reasonable given the context of this immediate neighborhood here. Another concern, just to quickly show comparison of the lot sizes. You see lots to the west, generally similar in size, a little bit larger to the north, just a hair larger to the south, but generally same size. And in terms of width, again, the proposal 80-foot wide lots, similar in the immediate neighborhood, and the depths, again, similar along Hawks Terrace. Another concern that the council had was the preservation of the slopes, and this was a concern with the Planning Commission. The first go-around was preserving the slopes and the trees in this area. So with this plan, they're locating that driveway on the far west end to try to preserve most of that vegetation and the slopes at the corner. The applicant has provided a couple of renderings here of what the project would look like. So again, you can see that vegetation that would be maintained, and this would be the new driveway off of Hawks in this location. Another rendering, and this is some pictures that were spliced together by the applicant that shows that existing vegetation. So the new driveway would come in generally in this location right here. So with that, staff is recommending approval subject to the findings and conditions that are outlined in your staff report. With that, I can stand for questions.
Thanks, Kerry. Questions from Mr. Teague? Commissioner Fisher.
Kerry, could you go back to the slide that shows the size of all the lots around it? So if this were, there would only be 3 lots that you're showing there that would be smaller than the proposed lots here.
Correct. It would be this lot here, and then the 2 directly to the west, as the proposed lots here are about 9,800 square feet.
So you're suggesting, and I've seen several communications that would suggest that this was skewed by the other side of Tracy, but not really, because everything around it is at least somewhat bigger than what's being proposed, correct?
That's true.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood that. Thanks.
But it doesn't, I mean, the median is like 17,000.
The median is 17,000. Correct.
Something's
Taking it way over, right. Yeah, and that was my point on the east side and down by the lake.
Other questions? Commissioner Forrest.
I was just curious, so was this originally platted as a single lot as well, or was it originally platted
It was.
as 2?
This was originally 1 lot.
Commissioner Scherer.
I think I know the answer to this, but for the public, because it was in some of the letters we received, there's allusion to the subdivision of the larger lot that's across Tracy. And how did we include that in the calculations? We went through that in the last 6 months, I think. Did we include that in its smaller subdivided form, or did we include it in its larger form?
Looks like the larger.
It's the smaller form? Okay, so it was not driving up
But
the
on
number
this
at
map,
all?
on
Okay.
this map you have in front of us, Carrie, is it the one that is just across from Hawks Drive?
Yes.
Yeah, this map misrepresents
This
that
might be an
statement because
older-
this map has it in its larger size.
The data represents it on the bottom of the data column, as it is to Kaiser.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I wanted to straighten out. Thank you very much.
They just didn't draw the dash line through it's still working out the existing classroom count.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. Other questions for Mr. Teague? Okay, thank you, Carrie. Is the applicant present? Come on forward, introduce yourself, tell us about the project. No problem. Good to have information. I think you're going to need a handheld microphone if you want to. Yeah, that's perfectly fine, but just make sure everybody can hear you.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Hi, my name's Rod Helm. I was the applicant before and presented. I'm a real estate agent with Caldwell Banker Realty in Minneapolis.
Welcome, Mr. Helm.
I was hired as a listing agent to help sell the property. And in the process, in the early discussions, they were aware of the property down the street, the Kaiser Edition, and we had looked at how this might be looked upon as well as 2 sites. We did some initial conversations with the city before we started all this and got kind of a general temperature that this might be something that would be considered. With me tonight are Tom and Gretchen Schneid. They are the owners of the subject property. They've lived there for 37 years. Gretchen is 3rd generation Edina here. And you mentioned it was platted as an individual plat. I think their understanding always over the years that they had a double lot, just based upon kind of the lots around there. I also have with me tonight Mr. Kurt Fretham. He is going to be the developer of the site should all of this happen. They'll be both available for questions after I speak. I had a chance to see some of the emails that went around, and there were some questions as far as data integrity, and I wanted just to step through a little bit of the discussion around the dynamics of this specific 500-foot perimeter neighborhood. Last time around, what we talked about is kind of the uniqueness of distribution of the different size sites, and not only that, there's some really clustering of different size sites. What you're seeing here is the form that the surveyor completed for the submittal. Again, the Kaiser Edition sites are on the bottom there, and they are treated as separate sites, even though the dashed line is not across there. There are 62 data sites in this one, excluding the subject. I went back to the surveyor to ask for some additional presentation materials through here to go through and highlight the sites that lie below median just to kind of give a sense of how that lays out. This is the formatted map that I took, and I started creating PDFs off of, and we can come back to this if you have any questions. This same map, I had a PDF version created off of that, and highlighted in what you see are the below medians in yellow, to try to show kind of how the clustering works in this specific 500-foot defined neighborhood. There are 2 medians in the neighborhood. I had some earlier versions of these that were handwritten that had included one of these as yellow, but again, the surveyor presented it as what it is, that below median properties did not count the median. And you can see that just by percentages that on the west side of Tracy, there's 22 out of the 32 sites that below median. On the east side of Tracy, that percentage drops down to 23%, and then north of Vernon, it runs at 25%. So there's a real different distribution of how these sites fall into the 500-foot defined neighborhood, which when looking at maybe a median, I think perhaps it was meant to describe typical, and in this case, it's got some different typicals described here. The questions are raised, I've seen in an email, the concerns that this somehow is going to drive smaller sites. You can see in the 500-foot defined neighborhood, there really were only 2 that I guess visually from this perspective looked like they could potentially be 2 sites. One was the Kaiser addition, and the other was this, just based upon how the configuration lies out. I had this highlighted again just to give another look at the specific block set here of the area between Hawks and Tracy, and you can see 100% of the sites fall under the median when looking at how the distribution goes. I've got something similar to Carrie here, just looking at what is somewhat typical in that neighborhood. And when I looked at the overall data, and I spoke to this a little bit earlier about how things are clustered together, what I looked at is maybe what would be defined as a smaller site in the subset, kind of the 10,000 to 12,000 square foot sites. So I ran just a set of those from the base of 9,000 up to 12,500 just to create a category, and 20 of the properties in the 62 data set actually lie in that smaller grouping. A lot of those, as you can see, lie within here. And I know Carrie has the current version. There was a handwritten version that had a typo. The neighbors may have this one, but this was on the earlier handwritten as a 9,000 something, and it is actually a 10,630 tied into here. Again, the Kaiser ones is already divided, so again, highlighting these. A question was raised at City Council by the mayor that I wasn't at the time really prepared to answer, just regarding how the typical corner lot sets up through here too, when we're looking at how it fits and how it looks next to them. So I did go back and look at the Tracy bordered corner lots, and a couple observations that came from there is that all the sites actually front their east-west street on those. In addition, they're all in this data set, we're all kind of in that smaller lot category as defined. So it does set itself up as a proposed site, very typical to the other corner sites that run along Tracy. Now, council, I always call him Carrie, sorry, City Planner Teague, outlined a little bit what council's concerns were, and again, we tried to come back with some sort of hybrid version. We obviously proposed the easement solution the first time around, really trying to maintain the green space. This was done by an architect. I had him work off of the proposed site plans that you have. The scaling is correct. The properties, I asked him just to put down a couple typical, what would be roughly 3,000 square foot above grade houses. Again, there's no buyers in place yet. There's no builders in place, just the developer. So I know that this is just meant as just kind of a perspective. And really I'm trying to show here that we're really trying hard to maintain this green space, which has been raised as a concern over time. As far as other consistencies, the site directly to the west also has a kind of a tuck under driveway scenario, has a forward swept hill The proportionality of that driveway that's being shown here is actually scaled as well. One other concern that was raised, I think, at this initial meeting and then at council again was just safety around this corner. We purposely went with one driveway on this side, having that driveway approximately 120 feet from the corner, just so there isn't another driveway coming off what was seemingly kind of a blind corner right now. We also have proposed, in this drawing, it shows a little bit of a rendering of terracing maybe that corner down. We're certainly open to whatever solutions that are proposed on that. The current proposal now uses the existing driveway for the east side, driveway cut, and then again the new driveway on this side. I heard in the first one concerns of water drainage and that. My understanding on a two-lot subdivision, the watershed district gets involved at the building site plan approval process, and I understand that they at that point might request rain gardens or something like that. That would be at the next stage. What we have obviously is a preliminary drainage diagram that was presented, but my understanding there will be a final approval at build. That's it. Do you have any questions of me?
Thank you, Mr. Helm. Questions for Mr. Helm? Thank you. So having heard from staff and from the applicant, we will now open the public hearing. This is the opportunity for those of you who have so patiently waited to come up and share your thoughts on the project. If you can come to one of the side podiums, watch the lights, and introduce yourself and share your thoughts with us.
Good evening. My name is Kent Gravel. I live at 5609 Tracy Avenue, across the street. I think it easily can be made an argument that the majority of the City Council thinks this is too small of a property for subdivision, period. Josh Sprague, a realtor on the City Council, he stated, quote, "Some lots don't lend themselves well to subdivision, and this might be one of them." Mayor Hovland, he was talking about the Kaiser property. He said, quote, "I'm having a hard time seeing the great similarity between 5612 and the one we approved at 5633. That lot, when you walked by it, the width and the depth, it seemed to be entirely appropriate from a subjective and objective standpoint to allow the subdivision. It was a better fit on that side of the street. But when I look at 5612 and then I look at 5712 and 5708 is almost a mirror image. 5613, they have more of the same type of lot width and coverage than 5612 has. To me, it's not an anomaly to the neighborhood. A single house there would be more consistent with what has gone on in the neighborhood. I'm having a tough time with this one, frankly. It seems like a great site for a single-family home. And then Councilmember Swenson has concerns with the lack of backyards. We all have these giant backyards. I have 3 hoses attached to get to my backyard to water evergreens at the back of my backyard. And I just hate seeing small backyards. So for all those reasons, I just think that you should oppose this subdivision. And I have nothing against the Shanites, and they're very kind people. But I just don't want to see the neighborhood become a small, something like France Avenue. And I love the large yards that we have in our neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gravel. Other comments?
Good evening, council members. My name is Sue Nelson. I live at 5701 Hawks Terrace. I also am a third-generation person living in Edina. I have taught in the system for over 43 years. I've lived in this house with my husband for the past 34 years. We've been friends with the Shanites for many, many years, and yet this subdivision has caused me a lot of difficulty in trying to deal with it. I do have a petition I'd like to turn in that a bunch of neighbors that we are opposed to this So I don't know who to give that to.
So you can give that to Mr. Teague. You can wait until after you've finished
Okay.
your remarks and share that with him.
I'm a little bit concerned in that my husband and I live exactly across the street from the Schneitz. We're 5701 Hawks Terrace, as I said. And we are concerned about the green space. When they had their meeting, we talked to them and said that, you can't really regulate the size of the house that you're going to put there. We're opposed because it would be the smallest lots in the neighborhood. I get really upset when Mr. Helm does not want to count the houses across the street. Those are our neighbors. They do come to our neighborhood parties. They are part of the neighborhood get-togethers, and so how somehow we aren't going to include those as part of our neighborhood is really, I just don't understand that. We are very concerned about the environmental impact that it's going to have on our neighborhood. We're worried about the trees, the runoff down to Hawks Lake. They're already having issues there. And then they brought up the traffic issue. Well, the traffic issue is a real concern of ours because we've already lost part of our street due to them wanting, and it was an easement, it's not our property, I understand that, but to create ways for bikeway paths. And now they're saying, they want to terrace down part of that hill facing us. Well, that hill is our buffer from Vernon Avenue, and if you take that down, then you're going to be taking away a view that we thought we had. And that's very upsetting to think that that's how they're going to terrace that down. Safety, it's a blind corner. So if you say you can't park within that first 180 feet, where are they going to park for that new house? There's going to be very limited parking because there's very little next to the Schneitz right now on Hawks Terrace with our neighbor that's here tonight. There's very little next door to the Laughlins. I don't know where those cars are going to park. We don't want to see smaller lots. I mean, I lived over on Beard. We bought it here because we liked the bigger area, the bigger lots. So I hope you'll consider what we're looking at. It was designed as a single lot, and I think it should remain that way. The people that bought here, we are a smaller neighborhood, but we are a neighborhood. And I really hope that we can continue to keep it that way and allow teachers, to allow firemen, to other people live in this neighborhood and not continually build these mega mansions where people can't afford to live here from all economic groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Other comments?
Hi.
Mr. Laughlin.
My name is Rob Laughlin, and I live at 5828 Lyle Circle. And I grew up at 5705 Hawks Terrace, which is just south of that property. My parents couldn't be here tonight, but they wanted me to share a couple of concerns, and they are very opposed to granting the variance that's being requested. The subdivided lots, I'm just going to read a couple of points that my dad wanted me to pass along. The subdivided lots do not come close to the mean lot size of the neighborhood as defined in our city ordinance. The mean average is 17,423 square feet, and the median is 17,842 square feet. Slicing up the neighborhood until the model fits the proposal is simply wrong and should not be considered. The other points that you've heard before are the concerns about the green spaces, the removal of trees, and the watershed issues with drainage into Hawks Lake. My parents have lived there. I grew up in the house, moved in 1970, so they've been there for 43 years, and would consider this variance and change in the neighborhood to be a substantial hardship. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laughlin. Other comments?
Good evening. I'm Farhad Salbaf, address 5708 Hawks Terrace. I live in the property adjacent to this property. There are a couple of things that I wanted to mention regarding the subdivision. First of all, when we bought our house, we bought it for suburban living. We love Edina, where it's 15 minutes away from downtown, but at the same time we can enjoy suburban living. And the subdivision that's being proposed is just, as Sue already mentioned, it's going to be another mega mansion that basically is not going to meet or the character of our neighborhood. The Hawks Terrace is already has issues with safety when it comes to kids enjoying play outside or people even walking sometimes. That's one thing. Now, looking at the statistics that the proposing site provided, majority, if not all, of the statistics did not meet any of the requirements that are already being established within these neighborhoods. Looking at the corner lots statistics, they started at 12% difference from what's being proposed. There is a reason that we have the median at 17,000, or we have to look at the 500 square feet or 500 square radius and identify the median. I'm sure some smart people thought of it. And slicing and dicing the statistics just to meet the need of a couple of folks does not mean it's right. We would like to keep the neighborhood as it is. We like our neighborhood, and we don't want to see any mega mansions in our neighborhood. And another thing to consider is that house is going to be right on the right side of my house. If those houses are going to go up there, I'm not going to see sun until 1 p.m. any day, until 1 p.m. on my side of the property. That's another thing to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Halmoff. Other comments?
Good evening. Renate Stone, 5721 Hawks Drive. I live more on the lake, and I guess my concern is by adding another driveway creates somewhat of a dangerous situation because of the hill and not being able to see coming around the corner. So we have a lot of small children in the neighborhood, and it would just create more traffic, of course, and a little bit more of a dangerous situation there. Also, my concern is with two driveways and two homes, new homes with large roof lines and all that. There will be considerably more runoff towards the lake. And Hawks Lake is already experiencing some big problems with runoff and pollution. So those are my concerns. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Stone. Other comments? All right. Thank you all for your comments. Seeing no further comments, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing. And a second? Second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, I didn't hear a lot of questions. There were some good comments, but I don't think there's any items we need to follow up on in terms of questions. So comments from the commission, discussion. Commissioner Carr.
Carrie, I see that one of the conditions was submit evidence of a 9 Mile Creek watershed district approval. Is that going to address some of these storm water runoff issues that have been brought up or not?
It would.
Okay.
Commissioner Scheer.
Let's see if I can get this out articulately. I was not at the July meeting, so this is my first review of all of this data. But as I reviewed it, I reflected on another property we looked at recently, which was on Dakota Trail, which subsequently went before the Edina City Council, and I went back and listened to their deliberations about it. The reason I did is that the critical issue seemed to be the 500 square foot radius and what is an analogous property and what should we be comparing when we look at a subdivision. In that case, when the City Council reviewed that, they decided that, and I think under direct involvement of our city attorney, that while we may quibble about whether in a particular situation or a particular neighborhood the 500 feet represents really the same kind of housing, that really is a moot point, that quibbling, because it is a part of our code and a part of the way we look at assessing the correct sizes of properties. And based on that, the City Council overrode our recommendation, and they approved the subdivision on Dakota Trail. And I think you can't have it both ways. I think it seems to me that that philosophy works both with denials as well as approvals. So if we apply that same philosophy here, then I'm required to look at the calculations that state that that include all the lots within that 500-foot radius, and these lots then become, in my opinion, significantly too small in relation to that calculation. And as a result, I'd have to vote for denial.
Commissioner Forrest.
The last time this came before us, I recall I said something about the reason this lot was platted as 1 is probably because it wasn't buildable as 2 or as buildable as 2. It's a possibility. I can't say I was totally averse to the last plan. I don't even recall how I voted on it. I did like the shared driveway. I do remember that. But I also am struggling with the fact that I don't see a lot as being too big, as being a practical difficulty for the homeowner. They do have the same rights as any other property owner in town who has a single-family home. They have a single-family home on their property. They're able to do that. And if it were something else physical about the lot that precluded, needed a setback variance or something else, that's one thing. But there's nothing physical about that lot that is a practical difficulty for a homeowner that requires their property to, abate that difficulty, to divide the property. So I don't see that as a practical difficulty, and I don't see a difficulty here that can be addressed in line with the calculations before us. I think it would be rather arbitrary for us to go ahead and grant this kind of a lot subdivision when it is not allowed by our current code. And how else, as somebody said earlier, how else can the residents of this town have any idea as far as what the rules are around here unless we do abide by our code?
Commissioner Carr.
Carrie, maybe this is a request for a subdivision, but yet it's also framed as a variance. So it's a subdivision request that requires variances?
Correct.
And do we have other examples where we have granted subdivision requests that had variances allowed?
Oh, yeah.
We did across the street to the south. In fact, the applicant was the same on Tracy. Again, it was the east side of Tracy, and the lots were somewhat larger, but variances were granted in that case.
Do you recall what those variances were?
I don't recall specifically if it was, I believe they met the depth requirement, but it might have been lot width and lot area. Mr. Helm might remember, he was the applicant.
Okay. But I guess my question goes to the issue of whether we have authority to grant a variance along with a request for a subdivision approval. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Platter, did you? No? Okay. Did you have anything? Okay. Commissioner Carr.
I see the dilemma that's presented here. However, I will say, though, that I think that the subdivision proposal, the dilemma is that this neighborhood here and the radius encompasses many different plats different size of lots, different configurations. Some are curved streets, some are straight. Within this grouping of homes, I believe the subdivision makes sense. The lot sizes are comparable. And for that reason, I would approve the subdivision proposal.
So, as I think about this as someone who was here in July and initially said, what? It's a 17,000 square foot median and we're going to grant a 9,800, but at some point I must have been persuaded that that was a good idea. I think actually, contrary to Commissioner Sugar, we can have it both ways. When someone comes to us and they have satisfied the width and the depth and the lot area, I don't think we have a choice. We have to grant that subdivision. When someone comes to us with less than that, we are not required to grant it, but we can, if the circumstances call for it, grant a variance. And that's exactly what's in front of us, is should we grant a variance? Is there something special about this situation that justifies us in granting a variance? And I think this one is a close call precisely because so many of the properties, I mean, if you look at it as a 19,640 square foot lot next to an 11,000, an 11,000, a 12,000, a 10,000, 9,300, et cetera, then it looks a little bit like a sore thumb as a larger lot. And I think when I looked at it the first time, I felt like there was something about, and I think it was one of the two properties across the street that was not as alarmed by it so long as the driveway wasn't coming out onto Hawks Terrace. And so for me at the time, when you looked at the topography and you looked at the kind of nature of Hawks Terrace and the size of the lots, on balance, if there was still going to be the same curb cut on Tracy, I was comfortable going forward with that. If we're going to have to put a curb cut onto Hawks, it's more disruptive, and I think it is starting to, we look at this in a two-dimensional way. Once you look at the site, you realize there's a lot of topography there, and cutting a driveway into that is going to change that character, and that has real concern for me. So while I think we could grant a variance here, I narrowly am not able to get there because of the curb cut of the driveway. I would say, though, to the neighbors who talked about the desire not to have these mansions, I think you're more likely to get one with one lot that's this size than you are with two lots that are smaller. And you just need to be prepared for that. And that is a potential consequence because there's going to be a market force at place here that's going to, maybe it won't be as much as two lots, but they're going to sell it for more as one lot. And somebody, we have tear downs all over town, and people can tear the house down and put a much bigger lot up, and the only regulations we have are on the setback and the height and the lot coverage. So you need to have your eyes open on that. But I think on balance, I will vote against the variance, but I do think it's a very close call, and I think it's a very tough one, perhaps as a mirror image to what the mayor said in his comments, that he thought it was a tough one looking from the other end. I find it a tough one looking from this end. Commissioner Carr.
When I was looking at this, one of the concerns I had, well, I wasn't necessarily concerned, but what was presented was that there was trees preserved on those southeast corners. And again, I've mentioned that I would approve it, but one of the conditions to my approval was going to be that there be a landscape plan submitted for the construction of any new homes on these lots that would preserve existing significant trees on the southeast corners of each of those lots. I just offer that up.
which certainly is one of the things we're able to do by granting a variance, is attach conditions that we can't do if we don't have a variance. Commissioner Platter.
I was going to kind of echo your comments a little bit, Commissioner, or Chair Staunton. You know, when it came through before and the driveway was off of Tracy, I liked the idea of a shared driveway there. It didn't seem to affect Hawks Terrace in a lot of ways. It preserved, for the most part, the terrace there, the trees there. And now when you have a driveway down into Hawks, it loses a lot of the appeal for me. Something else is going on here. You know, it seems like it's splitting an area that shouldn't be split. It seemed okay when things were up on top, but now you've got, you know, grade changes, you've got cut into that hill. So I'm much more on the fence than I would normally be on a subdivision, primarily because of that. And actually, I think it's a mistake not to have a shared driveway off at Tracy. So,
Commissioner Fisher.
All right, so I get to do my disclaimer as well.
Except you weren't here either.
I was on a leave from the Planning Commission at the time, and so I was looking at this fresh, you know, going through the packet, and I was doing it, as I have to tell you, just knowing, you know, how I've gotten to know many of you over the last few months. I went to the part of the minutes where, what was the vote on this? Like, how did this? It was 7-0 on the Planning Commission. So I thought, I'm just going to sit here and listen to how you all explain your way through that. And it all makes sense. Everything you're saying makes sense. And I think it really is a game changer, really, when what was presented the first time, the impacts off of Tracy, and the relative, I mean, there are impacts on, Hawks Terrace. But now they're real impacts. And kind of going back to the discussion we had earlier tonight, and I'll go back all the way to the Indian Hills discussion, which I was part of. To me, when you looked at the lot differences and taking the 500-foot circle, it was startling, the difference in subdivisions and the style and what was happening. I look at this 500-foot circle, and are there some differences? Yes, but in totality, it's not that remarkably different. It's all kind of one neighborhood. Yeah, it was built by different builders and all that, but it's of one essential character. So I can't find, you know, the case in my head that I would grant 3 variances on all counts to create 2 lots where there are 1, where I believe there's probably a reason it was built as 1, and it had a lot to do with the topography and everything else. And so I was trying to think, what if I were here the first time around, and I think I would have liked the single driveway and might have been convinced with all the rest of you. But as it sits today, and as I look at this, I just don't. I think when we look at the required look at what's the impact on the neighborhood, on the character of the neighborhood, I think it's substantial, and for that reason, I wouldn't be able to support it.
Commissioner Halva.
Well, I think it's really important to take into consideration all the many complaints about this subdivision, and I think there's something to be said for that, just in how they potentially reflect the change in character of the neighborhood. And I agree too that it was probably it would probably just add more clutter and danger in general if so many houses were pushed together. And I think that kind of losing my thought, but
happens to all of us.
I think just in general, it would just bring more problems to have smaller lots, especially making all the neighbors really angry. So, and yeah, I guess that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Good comments. So, further discussion, or would someone care to make a motion? Commissioner Carr, designated motion maker.
I make a motion that we approve the subdivision with the variance, subject to staff conditions.
Is there a second? Commissioner Fisher seconds. Further discussion? Why don't we do a roll call on this one?
Nay.
Nay.
No.
Nay.
Nay. So the motion fails on a 6-1 vote, is that right? Am I counting correctly? So is there another motion? We've decided that we're going to keep going till we have a motion that passes. Maybe you missed that meeting. In the dark of night, we've decided we're going to give an affirmative, we're going to make an affirmative decision about what it is we're saying here. So, Commissioner Fisher.
I'll move that we deny the subdivision request with variances.
Second.
Further discussion, and given that the staff report does not include findings supporting denial, are there any particular, I suppose we kind of take the comments that have been made thus far to incorporate into what would be recommended?
I can put that together for council. Unless there's anything else you'd like to add.
Because this is a subdivision, so it will be to the council. This is a recommendation,
Correct.
Unlike our zoning variances.
Right.
So I think we've kind of elaborated on the reasons that various people find that they can't support it. So is there other discussion? Commissioner Platter.
Can you tell me again why we need to keep going to get a motion that passes?
Weren't you at the? Did
Yes,
you miss
I
the
was.
memo?
But we denied it.
No, we didn't. We failed to approve a motion to grant it. And
So that means it fails.
It means that motion, we haven't said anything. So we're looking for a motion that a majority of us can agree on a communication to the council.
Okay.
Commissioner Scheer.
I would imagine that also allows us to put findings into the record.
Yes.
Thank
you. Commissioner Forrest and then Commissioner Carr.
Depending upon how the other commissioners felt, I think there were some statements that had some weight regarding the potential negative impact on Hawks Lake by having increased lot coverage and also the another cut-in driveway on Hawks Terrace.
Commissioner Carr.
Again, I just wanted to restate my opinion that I thought this was subdivision was consistent with the neighboring lots. If you take a look at the lots to the left, not to the left, that would be to the west of the proposed subdivision. The proposed subdivision lots were 9,820. And just correct me if I'm wrong, Carrie, well, the lots to the west of that were 9,345 and 9,720. And then the lots to the south of the proposed subdivision were 10,997 and 10,612, which although larger are not significantly larger. So again, that was the basis for my original motion to approve the subdivision.
Further discussion? I think that we won't need to do a roll call. So, yeah, I know they're fun. So all in favor say aye. 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 Opposed? Nay. All right, so the motion passes on a 6-1 vote. The recommendation to the council is to deny the subdivision variance request. Thank you all for your time and patience. Next up is item 7E, preliminary and final plat application for Frank Holdings LLC, 3909 49.5 Street and 4936 France Avenue. No, that's the last one for tonight.
The Spillon Montage. in the 50th and France area. You may recall this past summer, this is the existing site. This past summer, Spallon split off the existing house that's on the corner of France and 49th and a half. The request before you is to now split off another piece of their property, the Fashion Avenue building that faces France, and they're proposing to divide it in this location here to create two separate parcels. There's no changes proposed to the building. It's just simply creating two lots out of this one. So with that, there's no minimum lot size requirements in the PCD district, and the proposed lot is consistent with lots to the north, as shown here. One condition that I'd like to add to the recommendation is that all building code requirements are satisfied. In particular, with creating this division wall, there needs to be a fire-rated wall that separates the two buildings. And I didn't include that in my conditions, but I'd like you to add that if this is acceptable. With that, I can stand for any questions.
So on that point, is there an existing building that doesn't have a sufficient wall? Is that the point?
Yeah, they've been in discussions with the building department. I think they've got that worked out for what they have to do to improve that wall. But we just want to make sure that it's in the condition that they do have to do those upgrades.
So ordinarily, an existing structure would not have to come into compliance unless they were going to remodel or do something. And what we're saying is because we're going to grant you the subdivision, you're going to have to bring it into compliance now.
Correct.
Okay.
To protect each building from each other.
Sure. Questions for Mr. Teague? Commissioner Forrest.
So just looking at this, does then parcel A kind of jog into the plane of where you'd split the thing down the middle? It
Yes.
actually jogs over
It would.
closer, okay.
Other questions? Okay. Thank you, Carrie. Is the applicant here?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Confident. It may be the best strategy with us. I don't know. Commissioner Scherer.
I guess I just have a curiosity question, which is why? Are they going to sell part of it, or are they going to be separate owners, or?
Yeah, you have any idea, Carrie?
Yeah, it could be. You may recall that when the little house was split, they weren't sure whether they were going to sell it or not. It turns out they did end up selling it, but it at least gives them the option if they would like to. But I haven't heard specifically that they plan to.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, so this was part. That's why I have that feeling of deja vu. We've done this before. Other questions? Commissioner Platter.
I'd make a motion to approve, subject to the staff conditions.
Let me do this before you do that. I'm going to open the public hearing.
Oh, it's one part. Sorry.
Just hold that thought, because I don't think people are going to come rushing up. I know there is. And they're wearing protective gear. We should be very afraid. Yeah. Is there anyone who would like to comment on this application? All right. Seeing none, I'd take a motion to close the public hearing.
So second.
And all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. All right. Now, Commissioner Platter. If you can remember what you were going to say before I rudely interrupted
a
you.
motion to approve this subject to the staff conditions, in particular what Carrie just mentioned about the building wall being updated to meet current code.
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. All right, that one is off the list. We are now on to item 7F. The good news being that there is no G or H or I. Now, just remember, this is because none of you could come to the November 20th meeting we were going to have. All right, Carrie.
Okay, thank you, Chair, members of the Commission. This is another site you're all familiar with. This was the Think Mutual Bank located at the old Szechuan Star site, where we went through a sketch plan review, both with Planning Commission and Council. The applicant is requesting to tear down the existing structure and build a two-story, just over 8,400 square foot bank and office building. Just quickly go through some slides, and I believe the applicant will as well. Some of these renderings. This is a rendering from the promenade, as if you were standing on Hazelton. From Hazelton, the building would be clay tile and pre-finished panels. So similar to the building that we saw as part of the sketch plan. It's another view from the promenade, kind of an elevated view. Another view from the promenade looking north. You see there would be a patio area up on the roof that would actually face the Byerly's project. A closer view of that. There would be a drive-through associated with it that would face the promenade. We'll take a look at the site plan here in a minute. As you recall, they could develop the site to meet all of our minimum ordinance requirements, the 50-foot setback, number of parking spaces, a code-compliant plan here. But the concern, both by Planning Commission and Council, was the parking fields adjacent to Hazelton and the promenade. As recommended by the Planning Commission as part of your sketch plan review, you had suggested that they move the building up to the northeast corner of the site. And so the applicant did that actually before they went to the City Council with their sketch plan review, and the council concurred that was the appropriate spot for the project. So on the screen is the site plan that they're proposing. The area highlighted in yellow is the portion of the building that requires a variance. It would be set back 15 feet from the promenade property line and 40 feet from Hazelton. Also, as recommended by the Planning Commission, I didn't feel that they needed to provide all that required parking, as they indicated that they didn't feel that they needed that as well. So there's a parking variance associated with this as well. Initially, they're proposing 30 parking stalls here. WSB did a parking and traffic study, and Mr. Rickard is here again with us this evening to answer any questions. The parking study suggests that a minimum of 32 to 34 stalls be provided on the site to meet their needs. The applicant has suggested that they would be willing to add another couple of stalls. They're highlighted in yellow right here. The proof of parking is within this green area located here, where they could add stalls in the future. They felt they didn't want to cut in the 34 initially because it would cut into some of this green space area. Again, there would be a proof of parking, so if they really do need those stalls, we can always require that, and they would be willing to do that in the future. As I mentioned, a traffic study was also done, and the conclusion was that based on the square footage of this use, there's no improvements needed to the adjacent roadways. And again, Mr. Rickard is here to answer any questions that may come up. So the drive aisle, again, as I mentioned, it faces the promenade. It would site circulation would come in and proceed out in this direction here. They have provided the required stacking spaces of 3 cars behind the window that does meet code. In terms of access to the site, the access road would be off the new access road that would serve the Byerly's project. The applicant is proposing a number of sidewalk connections. This along the south lot line would provide a connection to the Byerly's project, and again it would tie into the promenade. Additional connection to the promenade north of the building. Sidewalk would be constructed along Hazelton and along that access road, and they would provide a north-south connection from that sidewalk into the building. So pretty good sidewalk connections as proposed. In terms of landscaping, they meet our minimum requirements. 25 overstory trees are required and proposed. Bike racks would be located on the north side of the building, the main entrance in this location here. The garbage pickup, the dumpsters would be located within the building in the corner in this location here. Garbage trucks would access the site during off hours, and they would proceed into the site through this one way going the opposite direction, and they would pick up the trash and then proceed out that way. the previous site plan showed outdoor storage for the trash, and they have changed that. So staff believes that the variance criteria is met here. It's a more efficient use of the property. As we mentioned, they've provided those pedestrian connections, moved the parking fields away from the promenade and from Hazelton. Also, in regard to the setback, the proposed 15-foot setback is generally similar to the apartments to the south. The setbacks there are 11 feet and 22 feet. So this is right in the middle of that range, so consistent with the project to the south. And again, the parking is reasonable given that we do have a proof of parking should additional parking be needed. So with that, I can stand for any questions that you may have.
Questions for Mr. Teague? Thank you, Carrie. Is the applicant present? Do you? It's too late. Just joking. Go ahead.
I was just wondering, you have a 10-foot drive aisle setback required from a side. I thought drive and parking aisle, maybe it's this zone. I thought it was greater than that. I thought it was closer to 50.
Drive aisles are 20 feet if they're adjacent to a right-of-way and 10 feet adjacent to side property lines.
So they can be within 10 feet of the side property. Maybe I'm thinking of a different area. Thanks.
Welcome.
Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Commission, I'm Jeff Flipson with HTG Architects. Carrie did a great job explaining what we're doing here. And from the last time I was here with the sketch plan review, we took almost everything into consideration. I have to say we didn't do quite everything. And as Carrie stated, we moved the building to the northeast. As you can see on this drawing, there's a lot of green space closer to the promenade. The trails, we've added pavers for sidewalks. There's a lot of sidewalks around here, along the south, west, and north, but the pavers here will tie into the promenade. And in this area, if you see in the white area, I think it's the Crosstown Mall to the east. This is their little plaza area. If you've been on the promenade, they have a tile concrete pavers here in their area as well. So we felt we would tie that in on the other side of the promenade. So our client is very happy with this plan, and the suggestions you gave me the last time, we're very comfortable with this. So I'm here basically to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lipson. Commissioner Kilburn.
I remember at our last time I was here, some people actually didn't know about the bank, and I am in that area a lot. And isn't there another one that's almost identical to this one 2 blocks away?
Oh, no. Think Mutual Bank has been on
different?
France Avenue. No, it's the same bank. It's
Okay.
been on France Avenue Think has been in the community for 18 years.
Okay.
And they're going to be relocating from the 69th in France
So they're
to
moving.
this location.
It's
They're
not-
moving, yes.
So that lot, are you tearing that, or you're just selling it?
They are a tenant in that building today.
Okay.
So, good question.
I know
so they're
there's
relocating.
It has the drive up and everything, so. Okay, so they will be relocating to this location?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Potts.
I like the changes to plan a lot. My only question is about the sidewalk along the south property line. I don't remember what's further south in the Byerly's development, but I just wanted to encourage you to coordinate with that. If you're duplicating sidewalks close to each other, there doesn't seem to be a need for that.
Good question. I believe there's an apartment building going here, and I don't think there's development. Carrie, do you have the answer?
There's a sidewalk that leads into the development just south of this sidewalk.
So we'd be happy to coordinate so we don't have two side by side. Definitely. That's a good suggestion.
That's a good catch. Commissioner Platter.
Well, thanks for listening to us.
Doesn't everybody?
I won't go there. No, but I think it turned out really well. As like I said before, disappointing it wasn't part of the Byerly's development. But having said that, I think you did a great job here of moving the building to be more sensitive to the promenade. definitely redoing the parking to be more sensitive and also reducing that. We agreed on the less pieces to that and all the landscaping here. The only comment I have, and it's maybe more of a question, and I ask it to the rest of the commission. So when cars are in here, is anyone else concerned about the headlights shining into the promenade when they're in the drive-through? So is there some landscape, and I don't know what the hours are exactly, so I don't know how often that occurs, but is there some kind of landscaping or something to kind of minimize that, where the cars are in the drive-through and they're facing towards the yeah, right through there, exactly.
We have, as you can see, some oversized trees, and then a variety, and I honestly can't tell you what types of species these bushes are, but we did try to put them in there you can see the smaller bushes are going to probably only be 3 feet, and that's really all you need to buffer the headlights. We would be happy to, I guess, in this area, make it even more dense if possible.
Bulk it up a little
We'll work
bit
with the
just in that
landscape
area.
designer to make sure that whatever species that are in there are thick enough to buffer the lighting.
That way it's kind of, except for the building, which is, it's essentially hidden from the promenade then.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, one last thing, and I didn't look, but I don't believe you had a sign on the promenade side, did you? As we talked about.
There's signs on the blue slabs, we call them, and then there's the pylon sign here, but I don't believe we have one along this side.
What's a monument sign? Okay.
Is your question you would prefer not?
Well, last time I believe there was a sign on the building facing the promenade. I was just confirming that wasn't the case.
There will be, when the actual sign vendor is hired, they will submit an application, a sign application and permit. But if you can see, here's the side you're talking about, and in this rendering, we are not showing any sign on the building on that facing east.
Commissioner Scherer.
But just to follow, if you could put that back on.
Sure.
I thought Commissioner Platter would follow up on it. Is there a monument sign in front of it facing east?
That's the pylon sign. It's a 20-foot high pylon sign.
Okay. All right. I just want to say this is in every way improved.
Great.
I applaud you.
Great.
I think it's, you really did go overboard in terms of trying to meet all of our requirements and observations, and I appreciate it.
Well, and that's good. And I don't know how many, if any other communities have the sketch plan review process. And we do like that because you're able to talk more open, give us good suggestions versus coming in at this stage and then you telling us to change it. So your process of the sketch plan review is a good process. One other item I want to suggest is, or mention, at the City Council, there was a little small ceremony for a public art sculpture for the dog sculpture up on 50th and France. And sitting in there, listening to that at the council meeting, we thought about what could we put out here. And so we'll work with Carrie to get the name of the person that did that. And we're showing, we don't know what it is yet, but we're showing some type area for some sculpture. And tongue-in-cheek, over on the other side of the promenade, there's a metal sculpture of a hockey player doing a slap shot, and I thought we could put a goalie on this side. but our designer for the project, he wouldn't let me do that. So, we think it'll be a nice added touch, because you drive around Edina, there's a lot of the sculptures all over. And so if we can put something here in this plaza area, it makes sense.
I don't know, kind of a metaphor, protecting your money, goaltender.
Yes, sure. Jolene?
Commissioner Fisher.
I'd just like to echo the earlier comments. I think, it makes me feel really good that not only that we're doing the sketch plan review, but that it was really, this is a great example of how it can really improve a project, because put everyone's heads together. Initially when you came with the original ideas, it was really in some ways separated from the promenade. It just happened to be next to the promenade. But when you're talking about this public art, it makes me smile, because the way this design is right now, you're really part of the promenade. It really, you know, for people biking and walking, it's just going to be a natural thing to kind of flow in and you know, live over here, go to the bank here. But the idea, even all the way to the point of the artwork, you know, there's a lot of those sculptures are along the whole promenade. So I really love the idea of kind of extending that into your property, and I'm very pleased with the direction that this is gone to. And I would just make the comment that I don't think it's really necessary to reduce the green space to add the 1 or 2 more parking spots, and we can have that discussion. I just don't think it's necessary. And, you know, in terms of you already have the proof of parking, and I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, that very good comment. You know, when we read the report, the traffic report, and they said should add some more, you know, our first thought was the 2 that are shown here. I know our client. If a year from now, 2 years from now, it's needed, they'll put the parking in wherever, you know, these 2 plus these. But we just felt, let's see what happens for a year. My guess is 99.5% of the time this parking lot will be adequate for their needs.
Commissioner Forrest and then Commissioner Carr.
A couple of things. Regarding the parking, I agree. I do not believe you need it. I've had accounts at Think Bank since IBM Credit Union days, and so I do visit the site in Edina currently, and there are seldom more than, you know, there's a steady flow of cars, but there usually are maybe half a dozen or something at a time. Now, your business will grow exceptionally with this new location, so you do need a few more, I'm sure. But the credit to Commissioner Blattiger for this northeast corner of the lot idea. I think it worked very well. You did add in like a little half roof on the east side to kind of soften that facade. It still looks a little bit cold to me for being the side that's going to have the public going down the promenade. So if there's anything that can be done with landscaping that makes that side look less, this is the back of the building, the better it is. I know that southeast corner, you've got your dumpsters inside, so it's probably more of a utility corner, so it may not be an area for people to sit down or whatever, but you know, maybe there is a way of doing a patio on that side too, that for seating or benches and stuff. I think you did have a bench in there too, didn't you, by that one sidewalk?
We show one up
Yeah,
over here.
yeah.
You know,
So whatever
we're
you can-
actually putting a bench in out of the property, but I would assume staff would be okay with a bench, because where we're showing it here is actually outside our property. I would assume we'll be okay with that. We'll work with staff on, is it possible or not, but.
So whatever you can do to make that side of the building look
Okay.
as inviting as possible, that'd be great.
Commissioner Carr.
Yes, I also compliment you on the design. It looks great. I had the same concern about the drive-through and the screening from the promenade, in that it seems like that's where the gap is in the landscaping. You've got the large tree, then there's a gap, what looks like boulders, and then some small bushes. But that's right where and I'm not concerned, not only at night, but during the day, that people will see the cars driving through. So I think it just need to beef up the landscaping there. And I also think that, I don't know if it's possible to put some trees to soften the side of the building facing the promenade. You have just low bushes, but again, I think the building is, because you don't have many windows there, it presents a blank wall, even though you've got the one roof line there, that even if you can't make changes from an architectural standpoint, I don't know what's behind those walls, if there's elevators, but I think trees would soften that.
Go ahead, Commissioner Helva.
It's a bit of a different question, but I was just wondering what you were planning on doing with the second floor. Was it like a community room or something?
The second floor will have, in essence, a large conference room, but it can be used it'll be used for some training for the bank staff,
Okay.
and it can be used at certain times for some public gatherings. I believe the room size is approximately.
At 4 hours and 10 minutes, we run out of batteries on the. Sorry about that.
No problem. The room will, it's basically for the bank for training, meetings, larger meetings of roughly 20 people, but it could be open to the public, so if the Boy Scouts wanted to use it or businesses needed a larger room to use, so yes, it's about 20 people. The rest of the upper level includes an employee lounge, some toilets, and a mechanical room.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Forrest.
Just on that, I know like the community room at Lund's gets a lot of use, and I've used it with an organization as well for meetings, you know, when you need just a small area for a board to meet. So that would be a wonderful thing to have another one of those meeting spaces to select from. Also, maybe on the inside somewhere, if you have an area where you can, I'll just put my plug in again for, have some art exhibit space or gallery space or a rotating art selection of local artists would be great, because there really isn't a place for Edina artists to exhibit on a regular basis. There is the Art Center, but it's for our local artists, it's nice if there's some other venues. Get some people in to look at it.
You've got a great lobby there to potentially do that.
Commissioner Carr?
Just one question I had too, thinking about the side of the building facing the promenade. There's those walls that don't have any windows on those, and I would have thought you wanted to take advantage of the view of the promenade, but I don't know. Was there some thinking behind that, not putting windows
It's really
there?
just the interior layout of the space requires, on that side, we have our mechanical room,
Okay.
toilets, and it's our utilitarian side of the building.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
There are some windows there.
Yes, there are. Yes.
So, I wouldn't want a windowless wall, but it's not a windowless wall. So, yeah, okay.
You can see there are some there's a tree blocking it in here, but there's 4 windows and then a couple on the back side.
Now I've lost track. So, have we done a public hearing? How about that? I almost was going to call for a motion. Thank you, Mr. Lipson. It's getting a little late. All right, so I'll open the public hearing, and any members of the public who would like to come forward and comment on this application? Not coming up, Mr. Rickard? All right. All right, so then I'd take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
In a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. So I'd entertain a motion. Commissioner Potts.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to compliment the bank and the architects and make a motion to approve this based on staff findings and conditions, with one change to condition 2, that the parking stall count should be 30, which matches what's on the plan.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion.
Can
Commissioner
make
Platter.
a friendly rider on there.
A proposed amendment.
Would be the landscaping we talked about along the promenade, between the promenade and the drive-through.
Is
Yeah,
that
that'd be okay
acceptable
with
to the
the,
mover and the secondary?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
All right.
Thank you.
So that's that additional condition. Further discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you very much, and thank you for taking the coveted 6th spot in the public hearing list. Appreciate all your efforts.
Record for me, I know that. I don't know about anybody else.
All right, item number 8A is zoning ordinance amendment considerations. Carrie, you want to tell us what this is all about?
Yeah, the intent here is to clarify the ordinance that was adopted by the council a few months ago. It's not effective until January 1st.
Yeah, sure, come on up. Why don't you come to the microphone? Mr. Lipson.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but one more comment. I was talking with Joanne. The training room upstairs is actually being designed, and she refreshed my memory, it is for community first.
Terrific.
And they will use it from time to time, but the intent is for community use. So
That's great.
spread the word, council can use it, chamber can use it, that type of thing. So sorry about interrupting.
Very good, thank you.
She's got dibs on it. Every Tuesday.
We'll get that in the minutes. So,
All right, so back to where we were, wherever that was.
so the intent here is to just clarify the ordinance that was adopted by the council, and it is to take effect January 1st, 2014.
So this is technically an amendment to the zoning code.
Yes.
So don't we have to have a public hearing on that?
City council is the one
City
that's
council will
required to
public
have
hearing.
a,
All right.
right.
So is it fair to say these are kind of
There's nothing
housekeeping
yes.
things that we missed the first time around, and you're just trying to tidy up to make sure it reflects the intent with which we proceeded the first time?
Exactly right. Nothing substantive here, just housekeeping. I did hand out a revision this evening, and this was recommended by the city attorney. It's the text in gray that better defines accessory buildings. So I added that as well. I could go through each of the changes if you'd like.
I, if someone wants to have you do that, I'd rather approach question by question. So, why don't Commissioner Scherer?
Carrie, the comment you just made, I guess, I don't understand this definition that you've added.
The accessory building one?
Give me some examples of what subordinate buildings located on the same lot on which the principal building is situated that are reasonably necessary and incidental to the conduct of the principal building.
A garage.
What is that on a residential lot?
A garage.
A garage, a shed. Gazebo.
Should we enumerate some examples? Or should we not encourage that?
Citing examples has gotten us into trouble.
I worry when we do examples that we then if there's not one that fits in one of the examples, people.
Wasn't clear to me, though, by the use of the word subordinate, if you were referring to a separate building structure or not. Because you mentioned garage, for example. Were you thinking of a detached garage or
Yes.
attached?
Detached.
Well, see-
That's part of the language cleanup here, because
Detached, but it doesn't say that. It just says the word subordinate. Now, subordinate could be a smaller building, like a garage attached to a house. I think the concept of separateness is critical.
It could be a building used for a kiln and producing pottery. It could be,
But it's defined in the next two paragraphs, right? The difference? Am I missing something? It looks like it's something, sorry. It looks like something that that was trying to be cleared up. So, under residential, you're saying an attached garage, and under commercial, and a garage which are attached, which sort of then defines the attached versus so by default, everything else would be detached.
Yes.
Correct? I like the term subordinate because it really suggests that the primary building is really what holds it's the use on that particular parcel, and the subordinate building is really in support in some ways to that. And if that building weren't there, it wouldn't change the use of the parcel. So I like that term, and it's always hard to kind of define things, but I like the term subordinate.
I agree with, though, that I think that separateness is an important thing because, like you were saying, you could have this little adjunct lean-to part that the summer kitchen type thing going on. So I would like to see, if possible, to run it by the city attorney as separate and subordinate, because I think subordinate's a very useful word, too.
we could add that.
My own view is that the language is pretty clear that it's a separate building because it talks about a subordinate building, and later in the same sentence it talks about on the same lot on which the principal building is situated. So I don't think it's necessary, but I don't have a huge objection to it either.
Yeah, I'd like to see it.
I really don't want to pick a point up, and maybe I'm just not understanding this, but Then when I get to dwelling unit, so could a second dwelling unit be a subordinate building?
No, you can only have one dwelling unit. It's in another part of the code, but you can
All
only
right,
have one.
then that is
dwelling
still
unit.
in the other part of the code.
Yes.
So this is not a way to build a rental unit on the
No.
back of your house. All right.
Yeah, let me ask you another question. You've added the words, which is reasonably necessary and incidental to the conduct of the principal building. So what do you mean by reasonably necessary? I'm trying to think of some examples again. Is a gazebo reasonably necessary to the conduct of a residence?
Some may think so.
I would argue it's not reasonably necessary. It's incidental to the conduct of the principal. I'm just raising some questions because we'll get these coming back to us.
I don't.
Maybe which, I don't, reasonably necessary are the words that I'm questioning. There may be another choice of words that the building has some relationship to the principal building, but whether it's reasonably necessary or not.
Yeah, because
That's a subjective judgment.
Yeah.
Let me ask this, is there,
I know.
is there other language in here other than this accessory building language that is causing anyone concern?
No.
Commissioner Platter.
So Carrie, this is a little off in here, and I just looked through, I didn't see it, but weren't you updating it so when there's we talked about this before, if it's a dwelling unit, the garage couldn't be closer than, what was that again? It was a 5-foot and 10-foot difference, remember that one?
Yeah, under current code, you can have an attached garage be set back 5 feet from a lot line where the principal structure is 10
Was
feet.
10 feet.
So that's really the basis for all these changes here, is to make
That's-
that clear.
It's correcting that, correct?
Right.
Okay, thank
Yep.
you.
So, any concerns with language other than the accessory building?
No.
I don't hear any. So if the accessory building language, I mean, this is going to be a recommendation to the city council. The city attorney will have a chance to look at it before it goes to the city council, and if they have questions, he'll be there. So I guess what I'd recommend, perhaps Commissioner Carr, you want to make a motion for some amended language, run that up the flagpole, and they can take those suggestions for what they're worth and decide how to proceed.
Yes, I would. If it's a motion's required, I would ask the staff and city council to consider language to the effect that it would, instead of the current proposed wording, instead it reads, a separate and subordinate building, which is located on the same lot in which the principal building is situated, and which relates to and is incidental to the conduct of the principal building.
Is there a second?
Second that.
All right.
Might be the late hour, but I like that.
That was good. It's good. Did you get it, Carrie?
I did. That sounds good.
Okay. Is there further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. All right, so there's the recommendation of the council on that item. Well done. The next item on the agenda is the 2014 work plan. You will all be pleased to hear that I have yet to figure out who's doing what, so we won't have to spend any time on that tonight.
So it still makes sense for all of us.
What I am going to do, I did actually start my own little spreadsheet. I'm going to circulate that around to you to make sure that I've accurately recorded what everybody was interested in working on, and if there's things that you're not interested in working on, you'll be able to let me know. So with that, correspondence and petitions, Jackie had mentioned something about the council connection being caught in the web of cyberspace, and we were unable to extract it, so we'll see that next time. The attendance sheet is in here as well, so we all know how often we've been here. Chair and commission member comments. I don't have anything. Any commission members' comments? Commissioner Platter.
I had two comments. One is just an update on the Living Streets meeting. We had a meeting last Wednesday, right? Yeah. And as part of that, I think I mentioned before, we had a kind of brainstorming session the month before. This time, the advisory group got a presentation from our creative concepts person on like branding the concept and what that means to Edina, and going through some items for that. Unfortunately, I couldn't make the whole thing, but I did get the presentation. So that's where that group is at. We're looking at a couple different ways to get the message out, what that means, what the taglines are, those types of things too, as it becomes more public. And then the other comment I had is I would like to work with Commissioner Carr, and we were looking at potentially a tree ordinance or a tree preservation ordinance.
It's on my list. I was trying to remember who all was participating in that.
So I had started one before, and I'd given it to her for review, and it's mainly about preservation on lots that are under rebuild or tear down is how I'd like to address it. Maybe there's more things too, but it was fairly focused on those discussions.
Very
You know,
good.
just as was here tonight, asked the question, and they asked back, well, you don't have any tree preservation policy, right? So
I almost said not yet.
I almost did too.
Commissioner Fisher.
So I'll just give a quick update on the Grandview Implementation Committee. We're now meeting twice monthly. So my retirement from the Planning Commission has now resulted in a weekly meeting. Go figure. But what we're doing, and the reason we're meeting twice monthly, we have a lot of work to get done to meet the council's requested deadline of early January for an RFI to be out on the streets. So we're putting together, we have a consultant working with us to put together a survey that'll go out to randomly to residents in Edina, asking them about sort of their feelings and interest about public space. You know, think of like community uses in the public realm. At the same time, we have a consultant that's analyzing all of the publicly accessible space, current, you know, whether it's school district, city, whatever, in the community. We're engaging engineering groups to look at our infrastructure capacity in the area, both transportation, sewer, water, and we're writing an RFI for a development partner that we ultimately want to bring on to the team so we can figure out, you know, how to get stuff built. So that's my overview of where we're at.
Other comments from the commission? Carrie? Staff comments? Oh, Commissioner Forrest.
Yeah, maybe you can talk a little bit about that ELI work session on parking.
Commissioner Forrest and I and Planner Teague attended a ULI session last week that was very good. It did come up. I was reminded of it during our Pentagon Park discussion tonight because it was talking a lot about just the changing face. It was interesting more in an urban setting than in a suburban setting, but a lot of smart ideas about how to make how to think about parking as we're transitioning to an age when there are many other forms of transportation than just automobiles. One of which was this idea that we ought to build parking ramps that can be more easily converted. When you have a parking ramp with slanted floors, it can't really be turned into something else. And there was one example about some buildings that were parking ramps once upon a time and then turned into office buildings. And so that proved the point that if you don't need it later on, it can be repurposed instead of torn down and replaced. So I thought it was a good session. Those come up from time to time, and I know Carrie kind of tries to circulate those. And so if you're interested, I think the city's good about helping us access those if we want to do that. So, all right. So if there's nothing further,
I move that we adjourn.
all right. Oh, you jumped right in there.
I'm in the chair, right? The way I always used to do it.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Thank you all very much.